All right, chat. Welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live. What the fuck happened here? Are you okay? Okay. Release me. Unlock me. The fuck? What the fuck? Okay, the camera just decided that it wanted to be this way. Unlock me. Sleep tiny. Okay. That's we're gonna figure that out. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. Okay, now it's fuck. Unlock me. There you go. Okay. All right. Welcome on in. Did I not do a go live Discord announcement? Oops. Let me go ahead and do that. Whoopsie daisy. Like it didn't work. That explains a lot. Whoopsie daisy. How is everybody doing this morning? Good morning, everybody. It is February 27th. The shortest month of the year is already almost over. It's almost March. Winter, we can see the end. We're trucking along. Mike, can we get a show cat thing so I can spend my millions of social credit points? No, not. I will never have a show cat. A cat is not like a dog. I don't want to force them to do shit. That's crazy. It's not how you handle a cat. I'm not gonna go chase the cats and be like, hey, I gotta come on the stream. If they, I'll make it attractive for them to come on the stream. They'll just want to chill out around us. That's the best way to do it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So, what's going on today? Well, today is the day of good vibes. Today is the day that everything that I have been arguing is becoming common sense. And it's like one of those moments where it's incredibly gratifying, but it's also incredibly annoying because nobody's going to go out of their way to give me credit for this shit. I've been saying this forever. I mean, how do I put this? The United Kingdom. Yesterday, I talked about that Green by-election, and I said, I haven't been paying close enough attention. I want the Greens to win, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Greens are going to win because it might just be wishful thinking on my part, right? Well, guess what fucking happened, chat? They fucking won. And they didn't just win. They fucking annihilated.
If you don't like the changes that we've made, I say the door is open and you can leave.
Guys, do you see it?
If you don't like the changes that we've made, I say the door is open and you can leave. If you don't like the changes that we've made, I say the door is open and you can leave.
Labor, and this is something that I told you would happen. I told you that Jeremy Corbyn leaving the Labour Party, Keir Starmer taking charge, the centrist path would be a fucking disaster. Keir Starmer is exactly the politician that centrist pundits want on policy and on political tactics. His prime ministership has been a total failure in every way. Now the Labour Party, one of the most storied political parties in history, is on the verge of total collapse. And who is collapsing them? Who is collapsing them? The answer is the Eco-Socialist Green Party. The Eco-Socialist Green Party is utterly destroying. What are your thoughts on your party? Too many annoying ultras that made it a joke, and now it's super factional and toxic, and so it's a dead letter, and it's not going to happen. Your party is basically what would happen if Marxism tried to start a party. Like that, I think that's the best way to describe it, and it's not doing well. So I think it's toast. It wrecked itself with infighting, and the Greens are now it. And you know what? Thank God. You know what? Thank God. Letting people move the fuck on from, like, listen, a lot was learned from Jeremy Corbyn, but I think it's time for him to take a back seat. I think it's time for a next generation of left-wingers to rise up. Jeremy, Bernie, we love you. Thank you for everything you've done in reviving the left in the UK and America, but it's time for you to start going into the support character role. I know it's against your boomer natures. I know it's so hard for you to imagine retiring and helping someone else. You're not the center of fucking attention forever. So I know it's tough, but you can do it. You could be an honorable man and start promoting other people. I'm not saying they have to quit politics yet. You don't even have to retire. Just accept the support role. They called it your party. Yeah, the name fucking sucks as well. Why has the American Green Party been such an epic failure in comparison? Because they did not have any electoral success. The reason why the Green Party in the UK is viable is because they actually won a couple seats here or there over the course of years and years and years. They built themselves up and they got into parliament. And so they became a serious political party because they had some amount of power. And when the moment rose, they were instantaneously more legitimate because they started doing well. There was an alternative. And it wasn't just a joke thing. It wasn't just, you know, they weren't running for fucking president all the time. They actually ran and they won something. And so there was something worth caring about. I mean, that's really it. And you know, in America, there's a lot of ways to grift politics. One of the things that's very frustrating is because I am not corrupt and so many other people are extremely corrupt. And so it is very frustrating. Interact, you know, do politics in America. It's a cesspool. And, you know, ultimately there's some stuff that's been happening, right? Smashing victory for the eco-socialist Green Party in the UK. Is a real left finally rising? Well, the truth is they aren't even eco anymore, but a win is a win and I'll take it. Oh no. Oh no, are the upper middle class white people that value finches over the entire population of India losing? Oh no. Oh no. Are the weirdo, creepy population control people losing? Oh no. Which is part of the reason why I don't like Greens in general. Green parties in general typically have this kind of like, this upper middle class white attitude toward humanity. They talk like Agent Smith in the Matrix. Humanity is the virus. That's your average Green Party person. So I don't typically like that shit. I think it's garbage. How did Reform do? Number 2. So in general, what I would say is that Green Party, so conservatives lost like almost all their votes. They went to Reform, and about I would say a large section of new people showed up to vote Green, and a bunch of labor split between Greens and Reform in this specific district. That's basically what I would say. So I would say like 80% of the Labor voters went and voted Green, 20% went and voted Reform, somewhere around that. The Reform candidate has a link to Nazi eugenics. Yeah, no shit. They're fucking Nazis. Congratulations to Hannah Spencer on a stunning victory. Proud to support a campaign built on hope and humanity under new leadership team. Your party will work constructively with the Greens because there is only one way we can bring about real change together. Just join it. Just join the Greens, man. Just join the party, dude. Just join the party and be like, hey, I want to support. Like, I know, man. I know. I understand the pain of being Jeremy Corbyn and feeling like you deserve leadership. Like, I completely understand the pain of being right about Israel way ahead of time and then basically get your entire career sabotaged by Israeli spies. And then a year later, Israel does a genocide. You know, 2 years later, Israel does a genocide and everybody starts agreeing with you. I know it is very fun. It's very tough. Trump's not the only one who got the vapors around Mamdani. Mamdani's net favorable rating is up 45 points in New York City, up from plus 14 in September. Mamdani's the most popular Democrat and statewide in New York, too. GOP had wanted to run against Mamdani in the midterm, but they can't right now. I told you that would happen. Told you that would happen. I told you that would happen. And this isn't about me being right. It's not about me being Mike was right. That's not the message I want you to understand. The message I want you to understand is my political analysis is correct because the way I think about politics is correct. The way I understand the world is correct. I'm not like randomly picking this shit from the ether. I have an analysis and understanding of the world, and there I'm able to look at that analysis, examine the circumstances that we have at play, and come to a good conclusion. And you would be able to do the same thing if you adopt my methods. If you listen to me and process what I'm saying, not just as a conclusion, but the premises, and then you logically follow those premises, you'll have the same conclusions as me. You watch this stream, you're not just going to be waiting for Mike's takes. You're going to get a method of understanding the world. It's not that complicated. It's very easy, right? It's actually very easy. How is every Dem looking at this and not seeing it's not just Zohran's Riz? They're paid not to see. For example, I made fun of Editor Mentum yesterday, and Editor Mentum's paid voiceover guy came into my replies and said, he's not wrong about everything. Obviously, that was hyperbole. I'm sure he's right about what color underwear he's wearing, okay? He's not wrong about literally everything, but the guy came into my replies that I am paid by him, but he is obviously not always wrong. Well, what am I going to do? Convince the guy whose paycheck relies on fucking parasiting Editor Mentum to tell me Editor Mentum is wrong? Like, of course I'm never going to change that guy's mind. He's paid to like Editor Mentum. His career depends on Editor Mentum continuing to succeed. So, and by the way, you know what I hate about Editor Mentum? It's not that he's a 22-year-old and doesn't know anything. It's not that he is unlikable and his family are Zionists, right? It is his fact that his takes are bad and his analysis sucks. And he's laundering right-wing conservative takes into the left because people are listening to him and he doesn't know any. So the fact that he knows nothing and is wrong about everything, that matters because his takes are also bad, right? If his takes were good, I would be an Editor Mentum fluffer. I hate him because his takes are bad and he's forcing people like John Ossoff into our face. Being confidently wrong is the worst thing ever. Like British people thinking their food is good, infuriating. Did you see Hassan quote Editor? I know. There's nothing I can do to stop this as much as I want to. Interestingly, 47% of voters who identified themselves as socialists also identified as moderates. By the way, chat, who has been saying that forever? Who has been saying this forever? In fact, I said this on my first stream in 2019. On my first stream on 2019, I said that there's no such thing as a moderate voter. People call themselves moderate. I mean, you can literally search my profile and you can find it. I probably said moderate voter. Like I've been talking about this for literally 7 years. I think I might even put in no such thing as moderate voter. No such thing as moderate voter. Okay, this is God. The search is so bad. Holy fuck. Hold on. I think 538. Although the search on Twitter is garbage now. All right. Here's me explaining how Biden would lose. Here's me explaining why Biden would lose at July 16th. Here's me explaining how their models are basically propaganda. 538 exists to provide anxiety relief to liberals by showing them a number greater than 50. The moment they stop doing that, they get massive backlash. It's really funny just how stupid the fandom around politics is. Following politics with the mentality of a local sports fan. This is me saying that Kamala Harris is going to lose, and everybody saying that she's going to win is lying to you in order to grift you, and they were. Will you watch Johnny Harris's new video on fascism? Mike, you've been saying it for 5 years. I've been saying it for 7 years. Oh wait, 2019, Grev, you found it. Thank you for searching. The overwhelming majority of moderate voters aren't moderate on policy. It's a self-applied label that isn't ideologically consistent. Most moderates support policies that would be considered extreme. August 18th, 2019. By the way, 15 likes. The more correct I am, the less likes you'll get. I found another one. Oh, hold on. Oh, this is good. Moderate voters don't exist. By moving to the center, you are pursuing a constituency that doesn't exist. People who call themselves moderate usually are just low engagement, but the evidence is clear that on policy, they are not neoliberal freaks. Oh, hey, what do you know? Look at that. It's stuff I've been saying for literally years. I guess Editor Mentum found a poll that told him that directly, so now he can tweet it. Get boosted. Might have also been you saying it, but people who self-describe as moderate think, yeah, moderate, because I'm right, and everyone who thinks differently is radical. Meanwhile, they want free healthcare and no wars. It's not even that. It's just moderate is about your orientation toward politics, right? Meaning, like, do I consider myself to be a political partisan? That's what people are talking about when they say moderate. They're not talking about policies. They're talking about their mental orientation toward politics. Does that make sense? So I'm gonna, you know, as I get more of this information, like if you want people who know what they're talking about, just you should follow me. I mean, here, let me go ahead and quote tweet that Hassan tweet. Like, hey, check the date. I've been saying this for literal years. Hi, Israel. Also, Israel support is utterly collapsing. Doesn't matter. It's because people see themselves as normal, and normal skews moderate. It's like how everyone calls themselves middle class. Exactly. I think Hassad was focusing on the socialist part. It's a mistake to quote tweet, maybe. No, it's not. No, it's my entire point. My entire point is that moderates aren't moderate. They're left wing. That's what I debated Destiny about. That was my debate. My debate was the best way to win against Trump is to nominate Bernie Sanders because moderates aren't moderate. They are left wing on economics. What I've been saying for it's the entire reason I'm streaming. It's like literally stream one. Stream one was economic populism is the way. You can see it on my YouTube. You can go watch. It's the entire reason I started streaming was to push back against this argument that we have to go to the right. It's stream one. Like, it's actually crazy how things I said 7 years ago are finally being accepted as true. And I've been arguing it the entire fucking time. There it is. 6 years ago. I'm literally going through it. I think I don't know if I cite the voter study group or if I just cite the voter study group or the moderate middle. I think I look at the voter study group. But basically the entire purpose of this argument is me saying the people that voted for Trump are left-wing on economics and hate the establishment.
Minimum wage, if I had to guess.
View that politics is a rigged game. Obama-Trump voters are the most likely to agree on that. Even more than Obama-Clinton voters. Or like, look at that. The importance of Social Security and Medicare. Obama-Trump voters valued it more than Obama-Clinton voters. Attitudes on economic equality. Obama-Trump voters. Look how far left-wing they are. It is just an objective reality that economic populism of a socialist sort. Graham Plattner in Maine is proving my point. He's winning a fucking landslide. The centrist is barely challenging it. It sucks because you push back on anything editor says on Hoscorder or Hassad's chat, you get timed out. Yeah, for some reason, I think it's a way of trying to target, you know, I'm not even going to get into it. It's not important. Just make arguments against the guy without citing his name. You know, it's best to be constructive about me than it is to attack someone else. You know, it ruins the vibes, guys. It ruins the vibes. People don't like accountability for people on their side, okay? They only like accountability for people on the other side. Speaking of Plattner, did you see this? Labor unions, including the UAW, IBEW, and IAMAW, are privately advocating for Democratic Party leaders, including Chuck Schumer, to end their support for Governor Janet Mills in the Maine Senate race. Graham for Maine is endorsed by all three unions. Man, after we bailed out their pensions and betrayed the party, no way. What the fuck? This guy calls himself a radical centrist. Incredible. Meanwhile, Graham lies about his Nazi tattoos and boosts virulent anti-Semites. Sick. Mike, I've considered diving into this plan, and I've been working on a try to make West Virginia go blue, starting with something small but potent to get it off the ground. Burning one West Virginia as a whole, and I feel like it indicates good potential for a sock them message. DSA and others push to organize. Do you think this is possible? Places like West Virginia are not going to shift until after we win. Unfortunately. Dix be climbing. Oh no! He's attacking the tapestry. The tapestry. Did you see the travel advisory for the U.S. citizen in Israel? Hannah Spencer's victory speech is giving me hope. Oh, hell yeah. Bernie won in 2016, but that's different than winning the general election, right? Like, that's the thing that everybody should understand and respect is I am in favor of trying things. I'm not saying don't try. If you want to try away. I'm not here to tell you. I'm not here to tell you I'm God. And I'm sure there are definitely places in West Virginia, like the Capitol, where you can make a big push for progressive change. I think that's a good idea, and Bernie Sanders politics. But like statewide, places like West Virginia require material, like actually material things to get better. I think West Virginia could swing back, but I don't think it's the front. DC council member and mayoral candidate Janice Lewis George told Metro DC DSA, who endorsed her, that she won't attend events focused on promoting Zionism and apartheid and distance herself from DC JCRC after speaking to Jewish advocacy group in December. Ladies and gentlemen, everything that we have been saying, and it's not just me, it's all of you. You're here because you either agree with me or you at least want to hear what I'm saying, right? We have been correct. We are right. And like, that is the best thing you could say. Here's you last year explaining how to be reach male voters. You need to be a leftist like Zohran. I mean, what? Of course, everything I'm saying is completely correct. Is fucking over. White men are leading the charge at 61% white and male. That is the pro vote. People have been saying, how do we get young white men to vote for Democrats and the left? And the answer is be far left. I'm sorry. You want white men to vote I don't want to be an asshole here.
Left. I'm sorry.
I don't want to be an asshole here, chat, but it's true. White male socialists, Andrew Cuomo, they're really the ones who got behind and supported Zohran from the beginning. It looks like you should listen to us. Allow the white male socialists to tell you to nominate immigrant Muslim socialists and we'll win. Let a white man tell you to nominate a Latina woman, young Latina woman, socialist, and we'll win the presidency. Just listen to white men when they tell you to nominate a woman of color who's a socialist. Listen to white men when they tell you to nominate a Muslim man, a man of color born in Africa. Oh my God, I just realized something. Donald Trump got his career. He started his career being a birther. Donald Trump started his career by being a birther against Obama, which was the argument that Obama was a secret socialist who was actually born in Kenya. That's fucking hilarious. Somebody's saying someone already said that. Did I like it? Did I see it? Do you hold on, let me look. Did I see it? Are you sure? All right, send me the tweet. I want to give proper credit. If I'm riffing, by the way, I will say this, if you've ever used Reddit, I did 10 years ago. Don't judge me too much. Oh, here it is. Beautiful. Okay, this is exactly what I was about to say. Okay, this is awesome. If you've ever used Reddit and you were about to crack a joke and you go into comments, you know people are having the same ideas. It's so fucking funny that Trump cut his political teeth by accusing Obama of being a Muslim socialist who was born in Africa. But the second he met an actual Muslim socialist who was born in Africa, he fell head over heels in love. Mamdani brought along fake Daily News front page as a gift to Trump to control him into providing funding for a long-stalled plan to build 12,000 apartments on top of Sunnyside Yards per City Hall and sources. I told you this! I fucking told you! Someone find the clip of Hassan saying I was right about this. Donald Trump is a New York nationalist. One of Donald Trump's vulnerabilities is he really thinks New York is the best city in the world because that's where he's from. And he's such a narcissist that he loves New York, which makes him weird. Like every other Republican is like, fuck those goddamn pieces of shit in New York City. But Donald Trump is from New York, so he has like that fierce New York pride. So if you want to trick him into doing left-wing shit, this is exactly right. Oh my God. How do I get on her show? I would love to be on her show. How the fuck do I get on the I've Had It podcast? How the fuck do I get on? I will go and get a blowout, okay? I will go and I will dress up. I will go and spend $5 grand on an outfit just for the chance of going on the I've Had It podcast. ACP was right about MAGA communism. No, they weren't. What they were wrong about, and they were very wrong about something in particular. They hated Zohran Mamdani and they hate AOC, and they're just dead wrong about that. That's part of the reasons why I don't like them. Like, they're just dead wrong about DSA. They're dead wrong about Zohran. They're dead wrong about AOC. They're dead wrong about that. They're just wrong. And they got tripped up into basically a Russian intelligence op. I've talked about ACP before. The reason why ACP exists is because Russian intelligence is funding them. Because Russian intelligence is the only group of people that would look at the politics and presentation of ACP and think it's good. Because in Russia, they have a very weird set of circumstances in history where Russia was powerful when it was communist. So a lot of the like far right Russian irredentism is actually nostalgia for when they were the Soviet Union. So it creates this weird amalgam where you have like far right people flying a fucking, communist flag because that's what Russia. Oh no, get out of there. When Russia was the Soviet Union. So it's like the restoration of empire, irredentism, a fundamentally kind of right-wing ideology, coincides with nostalgia for a time when they were communist country. So that's why they looked at something like ACP, which is like a right-wing communist group, and went, yeah, that sounds exactly like my politics. And that is the politics of a Russian right-winger. But there's no nostalgia for communism and socialism in America. We never had a strong socialist movement. You know what I mean? We never had a period where it was the United Soviet States of America. So it just doesn't apply. The average Russian right-winger. Exactly. No, this is exactly what I'm saying. Like, this is nostalgia for Russia as a power, right? That's why you can have the Tsar next to Stalin. And that's funny if you're ideological, but if you're a Russian nationalist, this makes perfect sense. And this is why the ACP is funded by Russian intelligence, because they think MAGA communism makes sense. It doesn't. We could watch Jimmy. We could watch the Johnny Harris video, but we're busy. We're having fun. New poll: Democrats. Oh my God, we were right. Voters want Dem party to be left and vicious. That's basically my entire brand. This is basically my entire, honestly, God, fuck, man. All right. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is my entire brand. We need a vicious left. What separates me from someone like Hassan is like, I am perpetually, I am so charitable. We should forgive everyone. He's like Mr. Burns on, like, remember when Mr. Burns was super high? He was like spreading love. That's Hassan. That's a deep millennial reference. Whereas I'm like, this is how I feel we should treat the right wing.
This is good. But what is best in life? The open steppe, free thoughts, falcons at your wrist, and wind in your hair. Wrong!
Wrong!
Conan! What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women.
Conan is right. You know what makes me happy? You know what politics is about? I want to hear this on loop.
It feels like the left is unstoppable, and all those feelings are valid. It feels like the left is unstoppable, and all those feelings are valid.
That's what we need to be hearing from the right wing. Okay? The left is unstoppable. Somebody's like, oh my God, Mike, you're saying lamentations of your women. You're being sexist. You know what I want, chat? I need to buy an animation for woke one alert. Wee woo, wee woo, woke one alert. Woo woo. Not, you can be woke. Being woke is based. Woke one, you need to update your software. You need to update your software. Okay? Right? You need to update your software to woke 2.1, not 1.0. Okay? There's some security flaws in woke one that allow it to be manipulated by the right wing. Some security flaws in your woke one. So you need to install the upgrade to woke 2.1. It's totally free. You don't have to pay anything. You just have to instantly become less annoying overnight. It's pretty great, right? Like, you just instantly become less annoying and everyone likes you and you're achieving social justice. It's great. It's also a mandatory patch. So if you ever connect to the internet, you mandatorily gets patched to woke 2.1. You can no longer be annoying as fuck 24/7 for attention. And the reason why woke 1.0 doesn't work on me anymore is because I'm confident that I'm not doing harm. So I'm gonna let that confidence spill out a little bit more. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh my God, I played the coded clip. Am I actually doing patriarchal norms? No, it's just a movie clip about defeating your enemy. It's not that deep. Okay, let's keep moving. It is so exciting because G. Elliott Morris used to be a centrist little Nate Silver acolyte, and now he basically just repeats everything I say. Honestly, it would be funny for me to go find all the times what's G. Elliott Morris on Twitter? I wonder if I could look at all the times I replied to this guy. Might be funny to see the oldest replies. Just real quick. Oh, I want to go to the oldest ones. Okay, we got some 2018 posts. Holy shit. You are way too pessimistic for the Dems. A 2-seat gain in PA would be a disaster night for the Dems. You've got too much reliance on the 2016 vote. Hey, chat, was I right? Hey, chat, was I right? Did the Democrats win more And 2 seats? Oh, looks like I was right. Looks like I was right. Seat change. 3. Would you look at that? I was hopeful for 4, but it looks like PA won. PA 1 ended up staying red, and it was the closest election of the year, which was a super bummer. So, let's see here. This is me talking about Pennsylvania. It seems to me that their whiteness alone doesn't tell you much. Evangelical whites are a totally different category when compared to other whites. They seem totally unreachable by Democratic politicians. Hey, chat, I wrote that in 2017. I just did a whole rant about that last week about this exact same issue. That's 9 years ago. If you give people the power to do something, eventually that power will be used. It's best to not rely on norms for something that is universally accepted as bad. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was right about that too. Here's me apologizing for coming off as entitled. Just me apologizing and saying sorry, even though I was right. It wasn't just educated whites. Oh yeah, I predicted that Doug Jones would win the special election in Alabama. That was another big win of mine. That was another correct prediction, but that was a long time ago. All right, let's get this shit on the road. Let's get this. Let's read some of what G. Elliott Morris was saying. Where the fuck is it? Okay. New poll. Democrats' real problem isn't being too liberal. It's being seen as too weak. Americans, including swing voters, see the Republican Party as 20 points more extreme than Democrats, and the Democrats as weak and ineffective. So why would the Democrats moderate? The answer is they shouldn't. Can you talk about PA again? I hate Ryan McKenzie. We need Hope Corps. I mean, who's running? Motherfucker. Who's running in 7? Who's running? Honestly, I'd be surprised if the Lehigh County executive didn't run. Mark is running? Oh God. Is Mark running? How's Mark's policies? Mark might win unless he's like got terrible policies. I haven't been paying attention to what Mark's been up to, so I don't know if he's gone cuckoo. The coming weeks will shape the coming decades in the Middle East. Oh, Mark dropped out? Okay. I'm surprised that they don't have a good candidate at PA 7. That's a shame. All right, let's get going. Americans are unhappy with the way things are going in the country. They have been unhappy about that since 2008, man. Like, Americans have been pissed off about the direction of the country since 2008. Wow, surprise, surprise. The economic depression of the Great Recession has made Americans unhappy with the direction of the country. You don't fucking say. And don't feel well represented by either major political party. In our new February Strength in Numbers Verisight poll, 53% of U.S. adults say the Democratic Party is out of touch, and an identical percentage say the same about Republicans. The conventional reading of numbers like these, especially of Kamala Harris's loss in 2024, is that when voters say a party is out of touch, it means so in terms of ideology. For the Democrats, for example, out of touch gets mapped onto too progressive, with the implication that become in touch, the party needs to tack to the ideological center, which is obviously nonsense. Our February poll tested this assumption directly, and the assumption is simply wrong. When Americans say Democrats are out of touch, they don't only or even primarily mean too progressive. This type of thinking is another example of people committing the strategist fallacy. Instead of thinking about what is really being measured by the poll question being asked. The strategist fallacy is in American politics. The average American voter does not think about politics the way elite strategists and pundits do. I have an emote for this idea called DSA pundit. I used to say this all the time. Stop having pundit brain. You are not a political pundit. Stop talking about politics like you're a pundit. Start thinking about issues that will change people's lives for the better and run on that and be strong about it. This is just the Mike from PA is right article. Today's chart of the week. Americans, including swing voters, say Democrats should fight harder, not moderate. Cats are climbing. Okay, I need to possibly move the cat tree off the wall a little. He's grabbing onto the tapestry, which is something that I was worried about. The tapestry? You don't want to damage the tapestry? Swap it with the chair? Yeah. That's what I was gonna do. Maybe. I don't know. I like my bookshelf. Democrats are weak. Republicans are extreme. Americans call Republicans extreme. Democrats weak. Being seen as tough is an advantage in politics where voters want party to deliver for them no matter what, but it's not likely not worth being called cruel and elitist. In our poll, Democrats lead the Republicans on the U.S. House generic ballot by 10 percentage points among registered voters. At least in the short term, that's a worthwhile trade. But the Democrats' weakness problem stands out as a particularly strong signal of intra-party dissatisfaction when we look at how each party's own identifiers rate their own party. Weakness gap for the Democrats really jumps out. Just 53% of Democrats call their party tough, compared to 80% of Republicans. And 31% of Democrats say their own party is weak. Almost 3 times the 13% of Republicans who say the same about theirs. Dems rate their own party as weak, less tough than Republicans. Now, you may be looking at this and you may say to me, Mike, duh. But the problem is, just because you and I agree on that, because I've been telling you this for literal years, doesn't mean it's conventional wisdom. Our ideas are not yet conventional wisdom. I'm trying to make them conventional wisdom. I'm yelling it from the rooftops. I'm saying it as many places as I can. I'm saying it, I'm talking to as many people about it. But this is an example of where our thought, whether it comes from me or not, or if people are coming to the same conclusions on their own, is starting to spread. I wonder what Hutch is going to say about this. What does Destiny tell him to say? What's the opposite of Hassan and me? How was the Ben Rhodes Hassan interview? I saw part of it, and it was Hassan talking about how he was sympathetic to the Soviet Union, and Ben Rhodes had to tank it. Fuck, it was amazing. I was laughing. It's funny because for me, as somebody who has studied foreign policy, especially in the Middle East, for a long time, watching these like blob people have to eat shit and stand next to Hassan is fucking hilarious. And you love to see it. Ben has grown up a lot in his thinking. Rhodes mentioned war games? No shot. No fucking shot. Hey, pod safe people, you can bring me on. I won't bite. I'll be nice. I can be normal. Promise.
Is in the building.
Mike, they won't air it even if you would be nice. Oh, absolutely not. I know. It sucks, but doesn't matter. Was he talking about war games as in like simulations or war games? Aha! Aha!
Myself as a late Gen Xer here, but did you see War Games? I mean, it's literally the scenario from that movie. Like,
it's the same article I was talking about. No, exactly like the movie. It's literally ripping me off. They're literally ripping me off. I mean, that's what everybody thought, but I said it first, so it's mine.
AI is playing a game. It wants to win, and so you reach for your biggest weapon. You know, I mean, yeah. If you don't put guardrails around this stuff, I mean. And the future of warfare is autonomous. You know, you're going to be in pretty big fucking trouble. Anthropic knows where the technology is going more than DoD does, right? Yeah. It's not the Pentagon that is developing the technology; it is Anthropic. And the fact that the Anthropic CEO is like, "Wait a second, I know where this technology."
I'm developing a project that I think it will help open some of these doors. The thing about being a Twitch streamer is that Twitch is very fringe. The reason why Hassan is given all this cred is because he's also got 2 million on YouTube. He's also like got a lot of other motion in other places. So like if I had the equivalent motion that I'd have on Twitch on YouTube, then I would be in these places as well. And like that's why I've started to put a lot more effort into YouTube. And I'm working on another project. It should be releasing next month. I would expect it to be released. I'll be hyping it up very shortly. Aspen Cole's calling out people like Sid who say fuck ICE that they are traitors, and he also thinks that ICE are American heroes. They aren't aggressive enough. All right, my general take is like there's a concept in American law called fighting words, right? Right? Fighting words are words meant to incite violence such that they may not be protected free speech under the First Amendment. Words that by their very utterance inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. It has been well observed that such utterances are no essential part of any exposition of ideas and are of such slight social value as to step to truth that any benefit that may be derived from them is clearly outweighed by the social interest in order and morality. Right? So fighting words, right? Fighting words. Something to think about. The Supreme Court has defined the scope of fighting words as a doctrine to be words that are direct personal insult or an invitation to engage in fisticuffs. Here's an example of fighting words.
Also, ICE are American heroes, and they're helping get rid of illegal aliens in the country. Anybody who's against ICE, in my opinion, and wants to get rid of ICE or says fuck ICE, is a traitor. Critical of them, too. I don't think they're aggressive enough. I don't think they're brutal enough. Like, I see these people attacking them. It's like, you guys have a taser. You have the stick. Why do we give you, why are we paying for you to have the stick if you're not going to use the stick? Also, ICE are American heroes.
Now, one of the things about, whenever we have these kind of conversations is it's important that anger is an emotion of aggression and action, right? But anger is like a fire. And if you're not careful, it'll burn you up. You need to be a blacksmith. Take that raging fury and anger and turn it into hot coals so you could forge a blade. Cold, sharp steel cuts better. Melt ice pigs. Thank you for the tier 1s. So we go back to this information. Swing voters think Republicans are extreme too. 57% call Republicans extreme. 54 say cruel. 54 say elitist. Democrats are disproportionately called apathetic, principled, and weak. Weak. Just 35% of independents call Democrats extreme versus 42% of all adults. That 7-point drop suggests that people telling pollsters Democrats are too extreme are disproportionately Republicans. Among actual swing voters, extreme isn't really a Democratic problem. The GOP, on the other hand, has a big problem with perceived extremism. What is a Democrat problem is that 45% of independents say Democrats are weak and 44% say ineffective, nearly identical to the national numbers. Which brings me to Zohran Mamdani. And I saw a TikTok about the snow shoveling. Jesus Christ. Okay, brain fart. Did I like it? Fuck. I need to make sure I tweet the TikToks I actually like. Fuck. Is it this one? Yes. Oh my God, chatter. How did you know?
Word to me, I really worked for that $30 an hour. Like, look at this shit, bro. Word to me, the last snowstorm, it was not moving like this. It was not. Y'all was not like. Word to me, I'm fucking with this. If you did the $30 an hour shoveling shit in New York, Mamdani, a real nigga for this. Word to my dad, because when the storm first started, bro, I literally bust my ass in the snow, bro. So this really helped me, bro. For real, Mamdani, you really that nigga, bro. What are you looking at? No, words.
See, this is oh my God, the perfect example of a Northeasterner. That's why I love the Northeast so much. Holy shit. Holy fuck. We are so real. Holy shit. This is the perfect New Yorker TikTok. But do you understand? 853,000 likes. Sewer socialism. This is everything I've been saying. Everything I've been saying my entire career as a content creator, as a pundit.
Magical, bro. Why don't I have motion right now, bro? I could juke anybody, bro. I got legs right now, bro. What's good? I got 4 feet right now. Zohran, bro, he said $30 an hour and everybody in the service industry was like, bet, I don't serve today, but I'm gonna serve the city. Mamdani, bro. Damn. Socialism is really smelling good right now. It's smelling like cookies in the oven. Oh, and looky here, just in time. Oh, that's my dog right there, gang. Socialism tasting real good right now. So why does this shit feel magical, bro? Why?
This is why I've always focused on this shit. This is just me being right. And it's not because I'm a genius. It's just because I'm a normal human being and I like when my shit works, right? And it doesn't have to stop with shoveling the streets. It could get even better than that and better than that. I showed you guys this video twice. I showed you this shit twice, but I just want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. We could be building communities like this. It doesn't cost a lot of money, man.
The Austrian capital, Vienna, is creating a completely new district. Stadt Aspern is being constructed on a former airfield on the outskirts of town. 27,000 people are to live here one day. It's a testing ground for sustainable housing and living. The subway was built long before the first house was erected.
They built the subway before the first house. I scared the cat. Or built the subway before the first house. They built an artificial lake so that people would have beaches and would be able to do some light water crafting. This is how you do it. And by the way, China did the same thing. They made fun of them for ghost cities or building subways to nowhere. And then they built cities around the subways instead of having nothing but traffic jams.
It only takes 15 minutes to get from the center of the capital to Vienna's newest district. It's
15 minutes to go from the center of Vienna, the second largest city in the German-speaking world, to this brand new, tree-lined, beautiful district.
Meant to be car-free, so bikes can be rented everywhere free of charge.
Free bikes!
A very important aspect was the connection to public transport, right from the beginning. The first step was excavating the lake.
You guys think shoveling snow is where it's going to stop? Another 40 billion to Israel! Yeah, exactly.
And then the subway was built. The idea was
I could have put my oldest through college, but I chose tier 3. You are a soldier.
that people knew from the start they could travel here using public transport, instead of at first taking their car and then having to relearn their behavior and get used to taking the subway.
The construction of Seestadt Aspern is being supported by several research teams. Magdalena Bürbäumer and Florian Püringer are investigating in a mobile lab how the residents of Seestadt travel. They get the data from...
Okay, we're not going to do the nerdy science shit. Let me, we don't have to watch this video again. This video is like a comfort food for me, okay? Of imagining a better world.
You have to apply to the city of Vienna for a permit.
Up to 3 months. For large-scale projects, like the communal garden of Heidi Merkel's Gardeners Association, you need even more patience.
Hello? Why are you loading? 40 billion is literally paying out for over 1 billion hours at 30 an hour. Yes, I know.
You need even more patience. But the joy of being able to harvest fruit and vegetables makes up for the toil.
Oh, what an abundance.
Oh.
And they have this fabulous name. They're called communists.
I mean, there's so much shit in this video that is like crazy. They talk about like sharing later. I don't know. Well, first they're talking about being net zero on the buildings. I'm like trying to find the part where they talk about like sharing and shit. Oh, here we go.
Sci-fi and utopian. I expected to see flying. When I first came here, it felt very sci-fi and utopian. I expected to see flying cars and such things. What I think is great is that there's neighborhood management. They organize lots of projects for the Seestadt residents, and it makes you feel very at home.
Is Seestadt as utopian as it seems? Is this green urban development project community living at its best? The last stop on my visit to Vienna is an intergenerational apartment block. The apartments are small, but there are also communal spaces and a roof garden. And here too, a strong sense of community.
It's sustainable living because we borrow things from each other. People ask, for instance, hey, can I borrow your iron? And I just have my grandson visiting, so I needed a cot, a baby rocker and a high chair. And I was able to borrow everything, so that was great.
Both women moved to Seestadt Aspern from much bigger apartments in the inner city, a move neither have ever regretted.
I love how many sports grounds there are under and around the train tracks. And they're always in use, throughout the day until late in the evening. There's always laughter, there's always something happening. It's vibrant. It makes me happy.
All the buildings in the first construction phase have been state subsidized, which is why so many young families live here. The next development phase will see the construction of privately financed apartments, lofts, and terraced houses. Seestadt Aspern is a work in progress, learning, evolving, and flourishing.
Austria is one of the most depressing places I've ever been to. I mean, damn, that sounds like a you problem. Legitimately, it sounds like a you problem. Like, I'm not, as somebody who's lived there for 2 years, sounds like a you problem, bro. It sounds like a you problem. I will say Austrians are a little taciturn. They are a little taciturn. It is, it can be, if you, especially if you know, that is a little bit true. At least 9 American refueling tankers arrived at Israel's Ben Gurion airport overnight as part of the United States' massive buildup. Oh, we're striking. Oh, we're striking. Yeah, we're attacking Iran. Yeah, that's a 100%. You don't move 14 refuelers to Israel unless you're striking. We must be supporting an Israeli op because Israel cannot attack Iran on its own. So America must be providing all the logistics for the fighters to mid-air refuel, probably over Iraq, who is in Jordan, who are allowing Israel to go through their airspace. Again, because America is forcing them to. All right, skeptic Rebecca Wasson has posted a video about why the Democrats keep leaning right.
Last week, a commenter here on YouTube wanted me to know that he was very disappointed with me, which, I mean, obviously this was quite upsetting for me when a complete stranger says that you've disappointed them. I mean, I don't need to tell you, this is a universal experience. I cried for a good hour before I could actually go back and read the rest of his comment. Anyway, the source of his disappointment was because I talked about how the Democratic Party is very conservative, but I apparently failed to qualify that with an explanation that they're only conservative on immigration because the electorate itself moved to the right on immigration since 9/11. And he backs this up with a Gallup poll that found the majority of Americans wanted to curb immigration in 2024, and also the example of a 2007 immigration reform bill that failed because of the right's xenophobia and the left's purity testing. I, of course, replied to that saying I didn't care why the Democrats moved to the right because it didn't have anything to do with the points I made in my video, and also because it's obviously just not worth arguing with someone who makes such idiotic comments on a video where they aren't even relevant. That said, I do want to take a little time today to talk about exactly why this comment is so stupid, because it does include some common misconceptions that are negatively impacting our political landscape today.
Pop up PP man, you have entered the Order of Romeo, 60-month subscriber. Pop up, poo poo PP man, not pop up. It's poo poo PP man. Sorry, poo poo PP man. Welcome to the Order of Romeo. 60 months of subscribing. Wow.
First, some factual corrections. If you search for a Gallup poll on immigration from 2024, the first thing you'll probably notice is that all the top results say things like surge in U.S. concern about immigration has abated, and immigration ranks low in American concerns, Gallup poll, and Americans' views on immigration hits a 5-year high in new poll. That's because a poll in 2024 did find that 55% of Americans said immigration should be decreased. Our commenter chose 2024 specifically because that was an unusually high result. In 2023, the number was 41%. In 2025, it was 30%. But of course, even that number does not prove the commenter's assertion that Democrats moved to the right in order to meet their base. In 2024, that number was so high because 88% of Republicans said immigration should be decreased.
I mean, she's so right. Thank you. The problem that we've had is that the Democrats have not been making a case. They've been chasing Republicans around so they look weak and feckless and incompetent. And that was always if you want to fix immigration, you just pass an immigration policy that makes sense for America's conditions. It's not that hard. It's really not. But it is hard if you want to keep unions low. You know, if you want to keep labor from being unionized, well, then it is hard to pass a good immigration law because you might make unionization increase. And that's going to hurt donors' bottom lines.
Increased. Only 26% of Democrats and half of independents agreed with that. And again, that single year was a decade-long high for that answer. So, in fact, if the Democrats were interested in doing what their actual voters and even potential voters wanted, they would be pro-immigration, even in 2024. Secondly, our commenter points to a 2007 immigration reform bill that failed because Republicans hate immigrants and because Democrats were purity testing. He's correct that the Comprehensive Immigration Reform Act of 2007 did get attacked from both the left and the right because it was a compromise between the Democrats and the Republicans. For the Democrats, more undocumented immigrants in the United States would get a legal status, but they would essentially be a lower class and border enforcement would ramp up dramatically. It's not a coincidence that our commenter distilled the criticism of the bill from Democrats as purity testing. In the past few years, conservatives have successfully defined purity testing as a stupid thing that the left does that causes them to fracture and lose all the time. And the phrase is handily applied to any attempt that leftists make to agitate for progress. Criticizing a senator for supporting Israel's genocide, purity test. Not wanting to vote for a guy with swastika tattoos, purity test. It's an easy way to dismiss criticism and to shame someone for having.
By the way, I think the swastika tattoo guy, he covered it up, and honestly, he's been the best candidate running.
Basic standards of decency for doing anything other than vote blue no matter who.
By the way, I actually think being pissed about the Nazi tattoo is totally normal. I actually have no problem with that. I am still pissed about it. But what he said, but he has said so many good things on so many issues. I believe him. I believe that he's a dumb himbo. Like, you guys all love your himbos until they act like one. I am a true himbo enjoyer. So when a himbo acts like a himbo, I go, fucking dumb himbo. And then they correct themselves and then I let them go. Because you're supposedly himbo enjoyers until a himbo acts like an actual himbo. I think you just want somebody who is hot, intelligent, and perfect in every way, instead of what a himbo is, which is well-meaning, hot, but a little bit dim in some areas. And, you know, that's what a himbo is. Don't ask for a himbo if you just want God, okay?
A tactic that benefits establishment Democrats who want to keep pushing to the right in order to serve their billionaire donors. And it helps Republicans who can then push even further right than the Democrats with careless abandon. The right's success spreading an idea like purity testing is not new. In the late 80s.
Damn, holy shit! Holy shit! She's fucking cooking! She's fucking cooking! She's cooking! Also, we don't have the primary yet. Like, that's the thing. You can't have these conversations about purity testing and vote blue no matter who when a primary has not yet occurred. Those arguments are made after the primary is over. They're kind of like skipping over the part where they win the primary to start talking about this shit. We get to talk about what we want right now. We need to advocate for it strongly because the primaries have not happened. So it's not purity testing. It's called campaigning.
80s and early 90s, Newt Gingrich set out to teach Republicans how to control the media narrative. He developed training materials that told them exactly what words to use and how to use them. He harnessed the power of talk radio to influence the middle class, reshaping the entire nation through the news media, in his own words, and he helped spread the idea of a culture war that was not and is not actually happening. In his now famous 1990 memo, Language, a Key Mechanism of Control, he lists words that all Republicans should use to define their opponents: unionized bureaucracy, crisis, waste, corruption, anti-family, anti-child, welfare, they, them. Any of those sound familiar? Because that was 36 years ago. In the decades since, conservatives don't just influence the media, now they own it. Billionaires own newspapers and cable news outlets. They can push whatever propaganda, whatever loaded language they want, and most people are going to fall for it, like the commenter I opened up with. You know, why else would they misrepresent that Gallup poll to show the exact opposite of what it shows, which is that the Democratic base is largely supportive of immigrants? Why else would they say that 20 years ago, Democrats were purity testing when pushing to make a bill endorsed by George W. Bush more progressive? And by the way, yeah, Bush's bill died in 2007, but his immigration policies were picked up and strengthened by his successor, Barack Obama. How did that work out? Pretty well for Donald Trump, as detailed in this recent piece by Chris Brennan for USA Today. Barack Obama had a plan for comprehensive immigration reform, a legislative goal that eluded his predecessor as president, George W. Bush. He would first persuade Republicans to trust him by aggressively enforcing America's immigration laws. It was a trade, enforcement for reform. It didn't work, and the conservative backlash became part of a...
By the way, the Democratic Party counts on you having amnesia. The Democratic Party counts on you never learning lessons. Right? They just repeat the same shit. Oh, it didn't work to do enforcement for reform. Let's do enforcement for reform. Oh, we need to, the Supreme Court is acting radically right wing. Let's study reform. That was Biden's response to the 6-3 Supreme Court. Let's study court reform. Do you know what Kamala Harris ran on? So they do the study. The study says we need court reform. And then Kamala Harris doesn't say, I'm running on implementing the reforms recommended by the commission. She says we should study again. The whole point is the Democratic Party is controlled opposition. It exists not to actually pursue the policies that you want. It is to be the minimum viable party that can take donor money. And sometimes people are so frustrated and so disgusted by the Republican Party, they vote for the Democrats by default. And that's their entire strategy. Sometimes we're going to be in power. Give us donor money, billionaire. That is the Democratic Party strategy. There's a reason why Obama talks about, Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton and not FDR and LBJ. Because FDR and LBJ won landslides so big, they got to change the country for the better permanently. What they love about Bill Clinton is he won the presidency with the 42% of the vote. To them, that is a fucking miracle. They fucking love that. Holy shit, he won the presidency with a fucking tiny plurality, and he didn't do any progressive policies at all. In fact, he enacted a lot of Republican welfare reform that killed thousands of Americans. That's the president I celebrate. That's the Democratic Party I want. They don't want to see 60% of the vote like FDR and LBJ. Ew, we don't want 60%. That's too much. That's too much. And you may be listening to me and going, Mike, you're being ridiculous. You're being hyperbolic. Obviously, the Democratic Party would want to have a 60% majority. Of course, the Democratic Party wants to win. No, they don't. No, they really, really don't. Joe Biden was concerned in 2020 that the Democratic Party would win by too much. I'll say that again. Joe Biden was concerned that they would win by too much. It would hurt bipartisanship. He said it. I fucking had a post about this. God damn, Twitter search is actually disgusting. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me find this. It was in the Hill. Does anyone have this? Oh, thank you so much, W. Comrade. I swear to God, I cannot. No, this is not it. I literally have an article from the Hill. I think it was from the Hill. But basically it said Joe Biden didn't want to win by too much. This is also something that I've been saying for years and years and years. We need a strong Republican Party, Democrats always say. How about a strong Democratic one? Yeah, I wrote that a year earlier when I said I've never in my entire life seen a Republican politician that spoke out in favor of a strong Democratic Party. Yet every single cycle, the Democrats scream about how much they want a strong Republican Party, and they always seem to get that wish granted. We'll find it eventually. We're striking? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, wait, you mean Iran? Oh God, you mean Iran? We're striking Iran? Oh, I thought you meant striking like a strike here. Oh no. Oh, here it is. My brain was blown by this argument. Here's a thread of why this makes no sense. Dario, who the oh God, you remember this orbiter? I forgot this orbiter existed. This is one of the many Destiny orbiters that I have slain. This one I even forgot existed. Biden himself doesn't want to win by too much. Have you ever listened to him? Holy shit, LOL. I'm really worried that no party should have too much power, Biden told reporters Friday this bus tour in Iowa. You need a countervailing force. This has nothing to do with what I wrote. Saying no party should have too much power, a position I agree with since I'm not a tanky, has nothing to do with Trump getting blown out in November. Yes, it does, you dumb fuck. If the Democrats win by a lot, then they will have all the power. Saying you don't want the Democrats to have all the power is arguing against your position, you dumb fuck. Absolute idiocracy. No party should have too much power. This is the weak and feckless Democratic Party that we've been talking about.
Populist base, setting the stage for President Donald Trump's emphasis now only on aggressive enforcement through secret police-style paramilitary invading forces in American cities. Brennan goes on to cite Clinton's immigration commissioner, Doris Meisner, who doesn't mention purity testing as the reason for the failure of Bush's reform bill, instead blaming the enforcement-first attitude and skepticism about prioritizing the upholding of immigration laws. When Obama came into office with the exact same attitude, the skeptics were proven right. Obama deported 3 million people, and that promised reform never came. I'm not just talking about all of this to expose one random internet commenter's warped view of American politics. The conservatives' framing of immigration has been very successful, and it's important that people know that, in fact, the Democratic base is overwhelmingly pro-immigrant. The Democrats are not chasing votes by adopting right-wing policies. And here's the important takeaway: Republicans also do not chase votes. I've said it 1,000 times on this channel, and I'll say it again. Christian theocratic policies are wildly unpopular and have always been. The majority of Americans want safe and legal abortions. They want separation of church and state. They want single-payer health care. So how did we end up with Donald Trump? Because of Newt Gingrich and his cronies, who realized you don't need to enact policies that voters want in order to get elected. You just need to convince the voters to hate women and minorities and immigrants more than they love things like being healthy and having a place to live and a job they enjoy. You get them to doubt their own lying eyes. You tell them anything they want to hear and don't let them hear anything you don't want them to hear. And boy, is it easy now, because back in the 90s, there were actually independent media organizations that had a lot of eyeballs on them. But now, Murdoch runs Fox News, Jeff Bezos runs The Washington Post, Barry Weiss runs CBS, Russian disinformation agents run conservative podcasting influencers. Why didn't Democrats do the same? Why didn't Democrats work hard to convince voters to vote for the policies that the Democrats already wanted?
Because they don't want to enact those policies, and they want a Democratic Party that's basically the Republican Party of 2004, but pro-abortion and pro-gay marriage. That's it. So they don't want to talk to me. It doesn't matter if I get literally hundreds of thousands of hours watched a month. I have 15 million hours watched on my channel, more than that. Assad is like 300 million. They don't want to be here because we're going to ask them, hey, how about that free college? How about Medicare for all? How about ending the wars? How about raising taxes on the billionaires? Those are all positions that 90% of Democrats support. So if they come on our show and they said no, they would never be elected dog catcher. So they're no interest in promoting us. And that includes left-wingers, unfortunately. Hey, you said this too. Maybe Mamdani should primary Schumer and then AOC runs for president. Oh, hey, look, that's what I've been saying. Oh, hey, that's exactly what I've been saying. Imagine if I was the advisor to the left in this country. Imagine if I was political director for the left of this country and people would just listen to my advice.
broadly because people think that tackling immigration is a bad idea. That's why a big reason why Trump won the election. It's just
oh my God, you're fucking stupid. Shut your fucking mouths, you worthless media. Upper middle class slugs. You don't know anything. People dislike disorder. They hate visible poverty. It's not complicated. Okay? They want to go out on the streets and feel like they're clean. They want to go out on the streets. They don't want to step over people that are fucking abandoned on the streets and leaning from Fent. It's not complicated. They want the streets to be physically clean. They want their neighbors to be taken care of. They want immigration to be done in an orderly process. It's not hatred or antipathy for immigrants. It's I can't afford to live, and there's fucking violence and there is despair on the street. Even if the numbers are going down, they don't look at the numbers. They look at their lived experience. It looks dirty. It's not complicated. I mean, yeah, obviously. And Zohran winning is exactly my point. Zohran with the shovels is exactly my point. Like, it's always been my point. Like, it's not very hard to fix this shit. It's not that hard.
Simple. They did. The Democratic Party is an arm of the conservatives that exists to pretend to offer opposition to Republicans while maintaining the status quo and allowing rich people to get richer. And that is so overwhelmingly obvious in the past year as we see what politicians like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are doing to oppose Trump. Nothing. But it doesn't have to be that way. Evangelical Christian fascists didn't always run the Republican Party. They crept in bit by bit, buying influence and taking control, even while still a minority, and even while holding and advocating for wildly unpopular policies. And right now, actual progressives are slowly creeping into the Democratic Party, and they have the added benefit of holding actually popular policy opinions that can only get more popular when more politicians get out there and explain to the American people why their lives will be better off with these policies. We must support those progressives, and at the same time, we must fight back against this false narrative that our representatives are just there to vote with whatever they're told the majority wants. Like it or not, the United States is a representative democracy, not a direct democracy, which means, as I was taught in elementary school, that the majority can't necessarily just vote to take away the rights of a minority. I was pleased recently to learn that this idea was expounded upon by the daddy of all conservatives himself, Edmund Burke, who wrote that it ought to be the happiness and glory of a representative to live in the strictest union, the closest correspondence, and the most unreserved communication with his constituents. Their wishes ought to have great weight with him, their opinion, high respect, their business, unremitted attention. It is his duty to sacrifice his repose, his pleasures, his satisfactions to theirs, and above all, ever and in all cases, to prefer their interests to his own. But his unbiased opinion, his mature judgment, his enlightened conscience, he ought not to sacrifice
God, I fucking hate Edmund Burke. God, I hate Edmund Burke so much. Why is she reading this crap? What the fuck are we talking about? This is just elitism. This is just elitism. This is terrible. This is not good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but Edmund Burke blows.
You, to any man, or to any set of men living. These he does not derive from your pleasure.
I mean, by the way, she's right about this. He shouldn't try, like, a good representative is not somebody who just, like, flip-flops with the sentiment of public opinion because it's uncertain anyway. All you can do is argue in favor of reason. Using a public opinion poll to support an issue rather than having articulable arguments is a sign that somebody is a fraud. I mean, he's right about that. Public opinion polling didn't exist when he wrote this, but yes, you should use reason, not like sentiment.
From the law and the Constitution. They are a trust from Providence, for the abuse of which he is deeply answerable. Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment, and he betrays instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion. That's so funny. I guess it turns out that representative democracies falter when the representatives in question have no conscience at all. enlightened or otherwise. So to conclude, if we want to defeat fascism, we do not need to compromise with the far right. That is literally how we got to this point in the first place. What we need to do is build a movement of conscience where we don't sacrifice people and principles based on right-wing talking points. We can protect immigrants, we can protect trans people, we can protect women, and we can still win.
I like the message. I hate citing Edmund Burke. Edmund Burke sucks. But overall, the video is very good. And I think the argument is not wrong. Just...
Hey everybody, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. If you loved the video, please...
All right. Things are we're on the right track, chat. We're winning. We're winning. I'm trying to be nicer even when I slightly disagree with someone. The language has changed so much I could understand what was being conveyed there. Oh god, don't say stuff like that to me. You're gonna fucking make me crash out. Don't say stuff like that to me. There was a 127 on the list of Green Party target seats. There were 126 seats where we could win with a smaller swing than we saw here. Oh my god. All right, let's talk about this Green Party huge. Eco Socialist Green Party wins huge in UK. Oh my god, this is such a huge W. I can't even begin to explain how much of a W this is. I can't even explain to you how much of a W this fucking thing is. Okay, fuck you, Biden. I'm Donnie. We're gonna talk about that. We talked about that. We talked about how I was right about that. Oh, we're all gonna die. This stuff's still good. Oh, okay. Unbelievable victory. Oh, do I have her speech? Oh god, Editor Mentum is a fucking idiot. Useless in every way. Okay, here I am 9 months ago. 9 months ago, chat. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna win. I don't know why. I don't know why. You know, clip this in a year or two, and maybe I'm just crazy. But it, honest to God, feels like we're gonna win. I could just feel the energy, and I could feel the way that people are turning away from corporate media, which was the last way that Democrats could control their base. And it feels like people are finally just turning away from it in a really fundamental way. It feels like we're gonna win. That's pretty smart. Oh, thank you so much, Grev. You are on fire today. Grev is definitely on the short list for new, you know, Grev for top chatter of the year, honestly.
This is a lot. I didn't grow up wanting to be a politician. I'm a plumber. And 2 weeks ago, during all this, I also qualified as a plasterer. Because even in chaos, even under pressure, I get things done. I am no different to every single person here in this constituency. I work hard. That is what we do. Except things have changed a lot over the last few decades, because working hard used to get you something. It got you a house, a nice life, holidays. It got you somewhere. But now, working hard, what does that get you? Because talk to anyone here and they will tell you. The people who work hard but can't put food on the table, can't get their kids' school uniforms, can't put their heating on, can't live off the pension they worked hard to save for, can't even begin to dream about ever having a holiday, ever. Because life has changed. Instead of working for a nice life, we're working to line the pockets of billionaires. We are being bled dry. And I don't think it's extreme or radical to think working hard should get you a nice life. And I don't think that if you're not able to work, that you should still have a nice life. I think that absolutely everybody should get a nice life. And clearly, I'm not the only person who thinks that, because I've made clear my position and my commitment to working class communities, the community that I am from. People in their thousands told me on the doorsteps and at the ballot box that what we are sick of is being let down and looked down on, that we are sick of our hard work making other people rich. I lived in this constituency at one of the most difficult and challenging periods of my life. I saw how strong the community was at holding things together, but I saw how much harder life is when the things around you are broken. The litter, the fly tipping, the dirty air. And when I moved, it became even clearer, and this is why I am fighting for the community that I lived in and that I still work in. Because I absolutely refuse to accept that we should ever have to move and leave our communities for good schools, a thriving high street and clean air. And I will not accept a society where having more money gets you a longer life expectancy. And so when it came to fighting for people here to stand in this election, well, how could I not fight? Because here, this is what we do. We fight for each other in this very diverse constituency where our struggles might not always be the same, but where we know how hard life can be and we stick together. Whatever our beliefs, our backgrounds, our colour or our level of education, we stick up for each other. And to those who voted for me, I know that earning your trust starts now. One vote on one night is not something I will take for granted or assume will happen again. I will earn your trust. And to those who didn't vote for me, I will always work hard for you, and I will always be honest, and I will always be decent. To our Muslim communities who this week suffered an attempted attack during Ramadan, whilst I was being welcomed by women at a mosque in Longsight, someone just down the road walked into a mosque carrying an axe. And whilst we were gathered and eating together, an act of terror could easily have taken place. And I can't and won't accept this victory tonight without calling out the politicians and divisive figures who constantly scapegoat and blame our communities for all the problems in society. My Muslim friends and neighbours are just like me, human. And of course, to our white working class communities, the background that I have become so proud to be from, we know how it feels to be looked down on, maybe because we didn't do well at school, maybe because we do dirty manual jobs, because we are shut out of places we should be in. To people here in Gorton and Denton who feel left behind and isolated, I see you and I will fight for you. Because whilst our communities may sometimes be labelled in different ways, the thing everyone seems to have underestimated here, especially over the last few weeks, is how similar we all actually are. How we have common ground, how we get along, how we stand up for each other. The cracks that were starting to show can be healed. And I believe that it is through offering people hope and a chance to do things differently and do things better. Now, to my customers, I'm sorry, but I think I might have to cancel the work that you had booked in because I'm heading to Parliament. And when I get there, I will make space for everyone doing jobs like mine. We will finally get a seat at the table. And to Layla, the little girl who I had the pleasure of meeting and holding this week, I promised you I would try and improve the world that you are growing up in. I told you that I am not perfect, but that I always try my best. I always try and do the right thing. Now, something exciting is definitely happening. And I invite you all to be part of it. Come and join the Green Party so that we can spread hope and win everywhere across the country. Our strength will grow as more and more of us come together. We have shown that we don't have to accept being turned against each other. We can demand better without hating each other. We can do that together. We ran a hopeful campaign backed by thousands of volunteers and activists. We defeated the parties of billionaire donors.
Crushed the parties.
We have shown that we don't have to accept being turned against each other at all. And we did this with the people who live here, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, just as we have always done in this constituency and in the whole of Greater Manchester. Because this is Manchester, and we do things differently here. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you.
What a speech. What a
So those remarks from Hannah Spencer, the MP.
She crushed Labour. DC police have been contacting immigrants that are victims of crime, telling them they solved it and need them to come to the station, then handing them over to ICE. That's your Democratic Party.
Mr. Goodwin, a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, to lose to the woke Greens, isn't it? Proud patriot, not able to win a British seat. Bit embarrassing, Mr. Goodwin, wouldn't you say? Well, you've lost to the Greens, sir. You've lost to the woke Greens. You can't beat the Greens. What a joke. A proud patriot can't win a British seat. My goodness, to the Greens of all people. You're going to moan about it on GB News? You're going to moan about it on GB News? How much of a loser you are? A loser to the Greens. My goodness.
Yes! This is how you fucking do it! I think The thing about the left is that it's a sleeping giant, but it's a giant. And I think one of the problems about being a leftist early is that you start to forget that, right? I'm just a finger, right? And I could wiggle all I want, but I am not the left. But when it starts to stir, those of us who have been trying to stir it, I think we start to underestimate what it looks like. And I think there's some stirring happening. I think the left is rising. And I talked to the squirrel yesterday, chat. And you know what the squirrel is fundamentally pessimistic. They were like, oh, AOC's gonna lose, the left's gonna lose, and then they're gonna tell us to vote for whatever centrist dev. And I was like, why the fuck are you a pessimist? Lock the fuck in. You hate AOC and they have like the best voting, and then you want to talk to me about Summer Lee or someone else? They're the same fucking person practically. Oh, they're gonna lose and they're gonna endorse the centrist Democrat. Why are you thinking we're gonna lose? Because we lost twice before the past? It happens. Ronald Reagan lost the first time he ran in the primary. Who gives a shit? People, we lose. Politics grinds on. The conditions were not the same. They're different now in 2026 than they were in 2016. 2016, the average Democrat watched MSNBC. Most millennials were not even electorally active. Now the average person watches social media, and millennials are becoming the largest voting bloc. Politics is fundamentally changing. The average voter is probably going to be someone a lot closer to me than anyone else as far as their political views. My takes are normal. They're not even surprising. The boomers are dying off. Millennials are becoming more politicized. The politics of the left is ascendant. And if you look at AOC and you see defeat, I see defeat in your eyes, not hers. I see pessimism in your eyes, not hers. I see unhealed trauma from Bernie Sanders losing. I wanted Bernie Sanders to win with all my heart. But the thing about my life is I have overcome failure. I have overcome disappointment. I have ventured and I have failed, and I nonetheless persisted. You need to grow up and learn to accept that sometimes things don't go in a straight, easy path and line. It's not a video game, okay? You don't get dollops of treats at the perfectly timed intervals to keep you engaged, right? You don't have enemies that are calculated to be beatable. Sometimes you just lose. And the problem is that when we have the opportunities that we have now, too many people are in that mindset of defeat. You lost once, who gives a shit? It was 10 fucking years ago. Grow up. Grow up. That is the lesson that I want to tell people more than anything. Bob Brooks is endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Pruitt Jaipa, Maxwell Frost, but also Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg. Thoughts? I think I know Bob. Yes, I do know him. I do know him.
All right, so what am I supposed to say? I'm supposed to sit down and say Washington's a dumpster fire? I'm going to put it out? It's not just about putting the fire out. It's about what you can build from the ashes.
Firefighter and Pennsylvania Union President Bob Brooks set to announce for Congress in one of the closest districts in the country.
Bethlehem forged steel. They gave us the skyscrapers that showed American toughness. Carbon County gave us real power. We built everything. We built trucks. We built the unions. Heck, we even built the middle class. Washington doesn't do enough for us. You can see what's going on right here in the small towns of Pennsylvania. Here in the Lehigh Valley, people are struggling. I spent my career serving the people here. I loved it. I love learning from them. I've worked hard for everything I have, sometimes 2-3 jobs at a time. I faced foreclosure. I scraped it together. Pizza delivery, dishwasher, bartenders, drove a beer truck, landscapers, coached baseball, and yeah, I was a firefighter. Ran into burning buildings, drove the fire trucks, and saved people in car accidents. We even got a couple cats out of trees. I ran the union to fight like hell for all workers. Better health care and a paycheck you can live on. Our Congressman McKenzie, well, he's everything you think of when you think of a politician. The bad parts. I've had tons of jobs. He's never even had a real one. McKenzie, you know his story. Takes big money, tax cuts for the rich, and screws the working folk over and over. There's a lot of politicians in Washington like McKenzie, not a lot of folks like us. We're going to fight the fires of corruption, of a system that burns working folks and lets the billionaires and huge companies tear through our towns and families. I'm running to change that. We got to make things more affordable, get more people health care, and build stuff here. With a clear goal, to make life easier so we can spend more time with our family, maybe even a baseball game. I'm Bob Brooks, a firefighter. And yeah, Washington is on fire, but we're going to run in there and build something better from the ashes.
I mean, it's a good story for the district, you know, like it's hard to, like, if you know the Lehigh Valley, you know that he's somebody who is crossing a lot of territory there. It has like medium cities, smallish cities, and a lot of guys like that. And I'm not surprised that he's basically running as yeah. Everybody wants him to win, basically. I don't know if he's going to necessarily, well, I mean, he's on the Progressive Caucus endorsement, so he'll be a good, it looks like, you know, he's doing a labor first race. Let's just say that it seems like everybody has a pick. We've fought 3 wars since the minimum wage was last raised. That's a good line. He called out Jeff Bezos by name. That's pretty good. Make the rich pay, raise the minimum wage, strengthen unions, stop bullying queer people, stop endless wars, fund public schools, secure the border. We don't need mass med to kidnap people off the street, throw them in unmarked cars. It's bullshit and un-American. We need an immigration system that deters illegal entry and secures the border while treating people humanely and give law-abiding folks a shot at earning citizenship. I mean, this is pretty standard. Okay, so he wants to bring down. So he seems, I mean, like, honest to God, if I were to look at him, I would say that I support Medicare for all. Oh, okay. I'm reevaluating then. I support him then. I mean, unless there's somebody else who's running, that's better. But honest to God, guys, like, this is kind of a really good candidate. It's a swing district, and he's supporting Medicare for all, and he has all the endorsements. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Swing district Medicare for all candidate. I think I know Bob. I might even have his number. I wonder if I do. No, it looks like I don't have him. I have his. It looks like I don't have his number. I've got somebody else's number. The previous president. He's thumb shaped. Yes, that's his superpower. That's his superpower. He's a thumb, but he's a good thumb. He's a powerful thumb. He's a powerful thumb. He's like a good thumb. He's the way thumbs should be. All right, Zohran Mamdani meeting with Trump.
To be in conversation and to have meetings.
Now, let's please try to keep it to one question if possible. And we have a microphone right here from Audra. So we're going to start with NJ at Channel 7.
Thank you. Mayor, welcome back.
Thank you.
You described your meeting with President Trump as productive. In what sense was it productive? And I also want to ask you whether naming the finished product actually came up.
It was a productive meeting in the sense that after our first meeting in the Oval Office, one of the topics of conversation that we focused on was housing. Housing, not only because it was the foremost and continues to be the foremost crisis in New York City, but also because it's a place of immense interest in this moment across the political spectrum. And I knew that leaving that meeting, it was my responsibility to return with tangible proposals for what a partnership could look like in building exactly that in New York City. I'd stood with the president looking at a portrait of FDR the last time I was in the Oval Office, and I had shared the fact that who I believe to be the greatest mayor in New York City history, Fiorello LaGuardia, so much of his success was tied to his partnership with the federal government and how that could continue to be a model in the years to come. And so in working with my team, we sought to answer the question of what could it look like to bring that kind of partnership back to New York City at a scale that's needed to address this crisis. And so we put forward a proposal to build more housing in a single project than the city has seen since 1973. More housing than you would get combining Hudson Yards and Battery Park City together. And not just housing, but also parks, also childcare, also hospitals, an entire new neighborhood. And I was heartened by the fact that the president was interested in this proposal, and I anticipate it will be the subject of conversations to continue.
Sorry, we've got to move on. Ayanna, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor.
Who initiated the meeting with the president yesterday? Did he invite you? Did your office reach out? About how long was the conversation? And did any other topics come up aside from housing and the detained students? Did you guys discuss ICE enforcement in New York City, the funding, federal funding to help potentially close the budget gap here in New York City?
So this meeting took place in part of a larger context of the last meeting that I had with the president, where we left that meeting knowing that we would continue to be in conversation and to have meetings, always bringing it back to how we can serve this city. And I've said that time and again that I will speak to anyone to ensure that we can advance the agenda of keeping New Yorkers in New York. And the focus of the conversation came back to what it would look like to partner with the city to create this scale of housing, what it would look like to create the largest rail deck in the world, larger than that of Paris, than that of Hong Kong. We spoke about the detention of the Columbia student that morning, and I shared my concerns as part of my long-standing belief that ICE raids are not only cruel, they also do nothing to advance the cause of public safety. And I care very deeply about public safety in our city, and we have continued to focus on delivering exactly that. And I shared with the president that I thought that these continued detentions, as well as cases of those who are out of detention but face the prospect of having to be forced back into detention, do nothing to advance that cause, and I asked for those cases to be dropped.
Thank you. Melissa, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Melissa.
In the latest Department of Homeland Security press release last night or statement, they seem to imply that the intention was not to detain Eli Yagayeva, that they just released her because she's been placed into removal proceedings. And I'm just wondering, during your advocacy with President Trump, what do you think the winning argument was? And did they reverse course?
All I can tell you is what happened, which is that I shared directly with the president a list of names of Columbia students and those who've also been detained because of their activity on Columbia campus. And
so here is Zohran going to DC and rescuing people. He's not going to Trump to kiss his ass for the virtue of bipartisanship or some other such nonsense. He's going there as a principled advocate for his constituents at getting results.
And that these actions do nothing to advance the cause of public safety. And I asked that these cases be dropped, and the president said that he would look into it. Soon after the meeting, I received a phone call from the president saying that he was going to imminently release her.
Thank you.
A few of them are Columbia students. One of them was detained on the basis of her being present on Columbia campus at a protest.
Thanks. We'll go to Henry, and then we'll go to Sahaley.
Hi, Mayor. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you.
Back to the housing proposal.
Yes.
What assurances did the president give you that he would follow through, especially given that he has worked to actually defund some of the major infrastructure projects of the tri-state area? And why bring this one forward when it's so cost-intensive to cover the rail yard? Could billions not be used better to build more housing elsewhere?
So the president shared his interest in the proposal. And I am encouraged by the fact that we will continue to talk about this proposal. It is going to be a long process. We are speaking about an idea that had its first beginnings in the 60s and 70s and 80s. It's a long-standing proposal. The reason to focus on this one specifically is in a city where we know that land is so precious and so finite, here lies an opportunity to create more of it by creating the largest rail deck the world has ever seen. And then on top of that rail deck, building more housing than we've seen since the construction of co-op houses and Co-op City. And that presents within it an opportunity to deal with a housing crisis where right now we know there are far too few homes in New York City, even for those who already call New York City home, let alone for those who want to join us in this city.
Thank you.
He said that he was interested and that the conversation would continue.
Thank you.
We'll go to Haley and then Joe right next.
Hi, Sahaley.
Did you speak to any local, thank you. I wanted to ask about the Sunnyside Yard project as well. Did you speak to any local electeds in that area about the project in advance to your meeting with President Trump? And if not, what conversations are you planning to have in the near future?
You know, we've had a few conversations across elected officials, labor organizers. Those conversations will continue because this is a long-standing project that will also require a long-standing commitment, and we're just at the very beginning of it. And I broached this with the president because of the fact that this is one of the busiest rail yards in the entire entire continent, frankly. And the city cannot build on these rail yards without the approval and direction of the federal government. It will also require the federal government shifting a few policies as it pertains to bond caps and risk sharing, all of which are impossible for the city to do on its own.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Joe, go ahead, and then we'll go to Inside Edition.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. How are you doing?
Joe. How's it going? Sorry. I was looking for you. Yeah.
I'm here, not on the floor, in the chair.
Yes.
Could you tell me how the meeting came about, who approached who, and when? And I was also wondering if you can explain a little more broadly, you know, on the campaign trail, you had a very different posture saying you would be kind of the president's worst nightmare. Since taking office, you really have gone to great lengths, I think, to not criticize him and foster this relationship. It's very different than most Democrats in the country. Can you tell us why, you know, you're taking this tack?
So I said over the course of the campaign that I will always be honest and direct with New Yorkers about my views. The president and I have many disagreements, which we share publicly and we share privately. And I also said on that same campaign trail that I would be willing to work with anyone, no matter disagreements, so long as it was to the benefit of the city that we love. That is what it comes back to. Every conversation has to be advancing the agenda of working New Yorkers. And when we think about 12,000 new homes for working and middle-class New Yorkers, we see the possibility of so many more people being able to put roots down here in this city. And this was a meeting that was scheduled as part of following conversations from the prior meeting, which was in November. There was always a sense that that would continue. It's, as you know, not the first meeting I've had with the president. It won't be the last. And we will also continue to advocate for anything and everything that can help New Yorkers continue to remain in New York.
Thanks.
So, by the way, Chad, since we're talking about how the polls show that Democrats are weak, I found a tweet of mine from January 29, 2025, and I said, Trumpism won because he delivers massively for his base, ruthlessly enacts the policies he ran on, and dares Democrats to stand up to him. Dems lose because they meekly seek Republican approval for any initiative, allow veto points to be exploited, and then insult their base. That's exact. So this is my analysis. That's what, 8 days after Trump was sworn in. And what is the, and now people are expecting it. Americans call Republicans extreme, Democrats weak. This is exactly correct. Dems lose because they are owned by people who disagree with their base, so they have to fake everything they say while doing the opposite. Have you noticed how much rich Dem politicians are? It has nothing to do with meekness. I mean, no, they are meek. They are meek, but yes, they're doing the Washington Generals. They're duplicitous. They fake support for progressive policy, but they work overtime to defeat it, which is, by the way, fatal to democracy. Like, if you cannot vote for a politician, like if I vote for a politician and they say, I will do this, and they intend not to do that thing, democracy fails, because that's basic trust. Democracy requires a certain baseline level of trust that policies will actually be enacted when they're run on. If that does not happen, then what are you voting for? If I can't vote for public policy, then what am I voting for? It's a regime that's being ruled not by democratic will, so therefore it's not a democracy. So you want me the Dems to be more fascist? Pisco. Destiny Orbiter. Noah Smith. Project Liberal Destiny Project. Holy shit, dude. I wonder if these people ever consider, like, how much better their life would be if they just, you know, stopped following a dumb pedophile.
Go ahead.
And so when it was planned?
I think this came in the aftermath of the prior meeting. I would say that finalizing the dates, I'm not sure exactly when it was, but it's just part of a long-standing conversation.
Thanks, Joe. And if we could pass the microphone right over here to Inside Edition, then we've got time for a few more. We'll go to Dana next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you for taking my question.
Yes.
What is your reaction to the downgraded charge for the suspect arrested in the snowball pelting? And what do you say to police officers who are very upset about that and very upset about the incident?
You know, I will say first and foremost that I believe that our police officers should be treated with respect. They are at the heart of delivering exactly that public safety that I was speaking about earlier. And they've also been at the heart of responding to the city's first blizzard since 2016, because police officers were not just out there continuing to do the jobs that they always do, but they also have a tow truck task force, which is one that was chiefly responsible for digging New Yorkers' cars out of the snow, of digging out ambulances, MTA buses, keeping the city moving in that manner. And for that work and everything that they do, I'm deeply appreciative. And what I've said in regards to the snowball fight is that it's a snowball fight that got out of hand, and I don't really have much more to say to it.
the charge.
All right.
Do you have a reaction to that?
I think he answered the question.
yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
We'll go to Sam and then Dana, right to your left. Sam, right there. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor. How's it going?
How are you?
I have a couple questions. One is that work requirements for SNAP go into effect on Sunday, and I'm wondering if you're confident that HRA has the staff and the capacity needed to deal with that paperwork and the requirements. Do you think the governor should step in with payments to help out? My second question is if the city council staffer who had been detained by ICE also came up in your conversation.
So I'll say that I'm incredibly appreciative of the governor's partnership for advancing the needs of our city, and she also stepped in the last time around. We saw providing additional funding in SNAP benefits to ensure that so many New Yorkers would continue to be able to put food on the table. I actually recall during Veterans Day, I sat with a number of veterans, and one pulled me aside to say that that infusion from the governor was critical in him being able to continue to eat that week. And so I think what the governor has done in the past has been truly significant and helpful. And I am confident in HRA, and I also know that the tasks in front of HRA and city agencies only continue to increase. I always believe in their ability to meet the moment, but also our city administration's commitment to helping them in doing so. And the names that we spoke about specifically were the ones in the context around students who were being detained on or around campus. However, it was within a conversation where I made clear, and I will always make clear, that I believe that ICE raids at large are ones that are cruel and do nothing to advance public safety.
Thank you. Dana, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Dana.
When you say that the president expressed interest in the proposal, what precisely do you mean?
I think that the president was interested in the idea of working together to build 12,000 homes, and that this was a long-standing idea that has not yet come to fruition. And within that lies an opportunity to deliver a new scale of development in this city, and one that starts to resolve an issue that you will find on the tips of the tongue of any New Yorker across the city, which is housing, and how New Yorkers can afford to live in this city. And also, a critical part of this proposal is that half of the homes would be Mitchell-Lama homes, which have been considered time and again by so many, including by the president, as being critical to the stability of middle-class New Yorkers and their ability to lay down roots in the city they call home.
Thanks. Josie, and then we'll go to Heather.
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
Hey, Josie. How's it going?
On the campaign trail, you talked about how you and the NYPD would be in lockstep because you're the mayor and is below you as your commissioner. That kind of hasn't panned out lately. I'm wondering if you can
Good question.
Respond to that as well. The hiring of Fred Kreisman, he on the list your admin presented to the outgoing Adams administration to clear house.
I mean, obviously Tish is someone that he needs to get rid of. I mean, it is a mutinous NYPD, and until he needs to get a city council slate. He needs to get a majority of Zohran supporters on the city council. And that's really the project he should be working on, because quite frankly, Tish and the NYPD are completely mutinous. That's just reality, and they're dangerous.
Before you took office?
So I don't know the specifics on the second question. I can tell you on the first is that I appreciate the work of my police commissioner, Commissioner Tish, who has been doing the work to ensure that we're delivering public safety. And that's work that we do in tandem. That's work that we do also by being in constant communication with each other. And I think what New Yorkers are focused on is, are they safe in the city that they call home? And that's the work that she's leading on.
Thank you. We've got time for two more. Okay, we're going to go Heather right here and then Catherine.
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
How's it going?
If you secure this federal funding, realistically, what is the timeline of actually getting shovels in the ground and bringing these homes online for people to be moving in?
I think this will take many, many years. However, we are not daunted by the length of the project. We also know that it's one that has been decades in the making. And so many of us, we aspire to help to build a city that can build in the same manner that it used to. You know, earlier we were thanking a number of elected officials, and one of them is State Senator Zelnor Myrie. And I recall he would share again and again that the Empire State Building was built in 13 months. Today, that sounds as if it is an idea of fantasy. And it is critically important that we do not fear the scale of these kinds of projects or think that they are impossible to deliver on. We actually have to do everything we can to bring them to fulfillment.
Thanks. All right, if you could pass the microphone just right here to Catherine. Last question. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor. You said the conversations with President Trump will be an ongoing conversation. Did you schedule a meeting for future, or when do you plan to go back? Does he have plans to come here to meet with you? How is that going?
I can't give you the specifics of when exactly we'll meet again. I will tell you, however, that as the mayor of our city, I will always look to keep an open line of communication with the president of our country, and to do so always with the interests of New Yorkers in mind. And that means making clear where there is disagreement, making clear where there is prospect for partnership, and always.
Will you be talking about Jack Dorsett of Block firing half his staff and going all in on AI? Amazing.
Is at the core of it asking, how can we make it easier for New Yorkers to live in the most expensive city in the United States of America? How can we make it easier for them to live here, for them to be safe here, and for them to dream here? Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And by the way, chat, the conservatives are fucking malding. You know who's malding the most about Zohran Mamdani? The libertarians, because he's just completely dismantling every single argument libertarians ever made about politics is just fundamentally being crushed by the left right now, and Zohran in particular. Take a look at this, and it's so fucking funny. Be right back.
Big smile from President Trump with New York's Democratic Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani at the White House today. The mayor brought props. On the right, the president is holding a copy of a 1975 New York Daily News front page showing then President Gerald Ford and the headline, "Ford to City Drop Dead." On the left, a mock-up of that same front page, but with the current president's photo and the words, "Trump to City, let's build." It's part of the mayor's pitch for a big federally funded housing effort that he's seeking. Back in November, the pair had another remarkably friendly Oval Office meeting. The president is suggesting the two actually had a lot in common, even though he's often falsely referred to him as a communist. On Tuesday night, the president tossed out that word again when he mentioned Mamdani during his State of the Union speech.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy.
This is the strangest pairing. David, we've all seen the Dear Leader cabinet meetings where people go around the table and basically, praise the president. He usually sits there stone-faced. He even possibly fell asleep during, while Marco Rubio was speaking. Now you see this smile on his face every time he talks about Mamdani. Is there any other politician who has figured out President Trump's love language?
Not that I've seen, not just a politician, even from his own party here, Anderson, but politicians around the world are trying to figure out how to manage Donald Trump and navigate that relationship, which can be really tricky at times. And here is the 34-year-old Democratic Socialist mayor who is new to this national political scene, who seems to have figured something out here. I mean, they're just like two boys from Queens, that are able to bond. And of course, today, coming with the props, as you noted, definitely understanding the flattery thing that works with Donald Trump, but also just seemingly to know how to balance the relationship that works for both of them.
Mayor de Blasio, I mean, I got to say, when I saw that, Gerald Ford, that classic headline, New York Ford to City Drop Dead, it is kind of brilliant to bring this other newspaper with a positive thing that would praise the president for building the city that, he's spent most of his life in.
All I can say is, the thing about Zohran is it's not just that he kisses ass. He also stands up to Trump. Trump has a bully's brain. If you're just an ass kiss, he will bully you more. The fact that he stands up to Trump makes Trump respect him, because he could stand up to Trump, and he didn't just stand up to Trump. He stood up to Trump and won. So Trump is a bully. So he's accepted that Zohran is a reality that he cannot defeat. So when Zohran does something like this, Trump takes it as it's hugely more impactful because he's not very intelligent. Okay. And also Trump doesn't care about anything but himself. He's a solipsist. He's self-aggrandizing. If you go and say, hey, I know we fought in the past and I beat your ass, but if you work with me on this, you'll look good. He's dumb. And as I said before, Trump is a New York nationalist. You just go to that. You approach him on that angle, making New York great, and Trump will be all in. He likes New York City, because I don't know if you know this, chat, but the big city, like New York City and Los Angeles, California, are incredibly attractive and amazing places to be. You want to, you know what I mean? Big cities are actually cool as fuck. You don't say. LA sucks. Incorrect. LA does not suck. LA is hurting, which is a little bit different. It's because LA is run like garbage and the political class is corrupt as fuck. LA does not suck. LA is awesome, but everything that the politics of the Democrat Party is in charge of is fucking terrible. And, you know, I can see what LA should be. I can imagine an LA that doesn't suck. The people are already amazing. The culture is amazing. The natural world of Los Angeles is amazing. What sucks shit is the way it's run as a city. It's all fixable.
It's absolutely brilliant, Anderson. What I love about this, you know, there's a certain happy warrior reality about the way Mamdani does things. I mean, there's this beautiful audacity to go there with these mocked up headlines, like no sense that that's going to seem hokey or anything, because it's exactly the language that Trump speaks, to have props and to suggest something grand that Trump will be the author of. It's just a great move. And what's fascinating about these two guys is, of course, their similarities. They both ran as populists. They both kind of don't have anything to lose when they take some of these risks. No one's going to doubt Mamdani's ideological differences with Trump or vice versa. But what I think we're seeing here is Mamdani is just playing this situation like a fiddle. He understands what gets to Trump, and he's doing it with an audacity that actually is what Trump respects.
Brett, how do you
move to NYC? Oh, no, the West Coast really needs my help. And I'm not trying to say that as like an egomaniac, narcissist, grandiose narcissist or anything. I'm just saying that they need permission to be more audacious. Los Angeles needs permission to be more audacious. They are. That's the problem that we have. The West Coast left is just not there yet.
See it. I mean, it is. I don't know if the mayor's going to get anything out of this, but do you think he will? How do you see what Trump is doing here?
Well, the other thing Mamdani and Trump have in common is they both conquered their political party over the objections of party leaders. And I think Trump probably respects that. But concrete and scaffolding are certainly Donald Trump's love language. And Mamdani has decided to do that instead of talking about seizing the means of production, which he previously has talked about, which is the source of his communist jibe.
Yeah, seizing the means of production would probably not be a good conversation starter.
Yeah.
David, is there a political risk, you think, from Mamdani here?
I don't, because of what Mayor de Blasio was saying. I don't think anyone is going to think all of a sudden like Mamdani's going MAGA or something like that, where he'll offend his base. I do think there's a little bit of political management that Trump may need to do with his own party, because
the reality is everybody understands that Zohran is smarter than Trump. So everybody at Zohran has a lot of credibility, and so when he's working with Trump, everybody knows it's to trick Trump. Nobody's confused and going like, oh my God, Mamdani's becoming MAGA. They know Trump is a dumb piece of shit. They know Mamdani's smarter than him, and so they think he's tricking him. And that's what everybody gets that. Nobody really thinks that Mamdani's going to do anything with Trump that's going to offend us, because he's not. Of course not. That's what's so fun about being a socialist. We actually are ideologically steady. We're not getting tricked.
Anderson, Republicans, when Mamdani was running and when he won in New York City in his very substantial victory in November, Republicans from the RNC down were like, this is it. This is the poster child of the Democratic Party. This is what we're running against. And yet it's hard to do that when the person who is in charge of your party is...
The other thing about Zohran, and this is very important to understand, is he's actually good at communicating, which is the job of a politician. The number one job of a politician is communicating. Obviously, making decisions and policies are important, but getting community buy-in through persuasion and communication is actually your job. Your job is to get people on board with the plans that you should already have, okay? And so the fact that he's so good at communication is why he's so good. And the fact that he's also good on policy... Plus, this is what we've been waiting for. This is the world we have been waiting for. And by the way, the better Zohran gets, the better his allies are going to do. Who is Zohran's number one ally? Her name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Anonymous Gifter has gifted an unbelievable 100 gifted subs. Thank you, Anonymous. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. Chat, I do not think you should give Anonymous gifts. Nobody should get credit for those. Don't try to guess who it is, because it's not fair to the anonymous person for you to give credit to somebody else, even if that other person is really generous. That's just not how it works. If somebody's anonymous, they're anonymous. That's what they want it to be. Don't try to give credit to other people. That ruins the whole point of anonymous. Let anonymous stay anonymous. Consider this your only warning.
Constantly praising him as a good guy, putting his arm around him, bringing him into the Oval Office. That is a little bit of complicated messaging, I think, for Republicans.
Mayor de Blasio, I wanted to ask you about what happened at Columbia. A student at Columbia from Azerbaijan was arrested by ICE.
See, Open President just gave a 25 bomb. Open President just gave a 25 bomb. So there you have it.
In her dorm.
Chat, we're dangerously close to a hype train. Fuck it, let's chill. It's 3 hours into the stream. If you enjoy the content, if you're loving the vibes are immaculate, chat. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh had an amazing debate. Tom like a Tom, thank you for the 20. And she did an amazing debate by doing what? Going left. So now I want to help her more than ever because she went left wing. I need her to just have real Medicare for all on her website, though. The public option, like the opt out for private insurance, is silly. She should just be Medicare for all. But that's a minor side issue. Like, either she's going to endorse the Medicare for all bill that exists, or she's not. Right? Like, her having, like, her say, you know what I mean? Like, that, it is what it is. I'm not going to nitpick her to death. I didn't watch all of Kat's debate. I just watched some clips that Hassan had made. Kat's doing amazing. Zohran, and you think it's going good with Zohran? Take a look at this, chat. Holy Toledo. We need to have a Holy Toledo emote because, honestly, Holy Toledo.
Yeah, okay. You know, President Trump is not the only one who gets the vapors when it comes to Zohran Mamdani. I mean, my goodness gracious, he likes popular politicians. Here's a popular politician for you. Take a look here. Mamdani's net favorable rating in New York City in September of 2025, plus 14 points. December of 2025, plus 38. Now, look at this, plus 48 points. A more popular mayor to start off than either of his two Democratic predecessors, either Eric Adams or Bill de Blasio. The most popular Democrat in New York City in a generation. And President Trump, who likes to get on board with popular politicians, is getting on board right now with this guy.
Getting on board with this guy. Okay, so what about statewide?
Yeah.
What are we seeing statewide?
Okay, so you know what?
By the way, Chad, did I not predict this? Does anyone have a clip of me predicting this? When Mamdani gets elected, his popularity will go up. That's what I said. I told you this. I said his popularity will go up as many of the centrist Democrats voted against him because they didn't think he could win. And they were tricked. But they agree with him on policy. So when he goes into office and he starts accomplishing shit, they're going to like him. And they're going to go, I should never have voted for Cuomo. Mamdani's doing a great job. That's what regular people are saying now. I called it. I told you it would go straight up.
A lot of Republicans are like, oh, we're going to run statewide in New York and run against Zohran Mamdani. There's a slight problem with that. And that is Zohran Mamdani isn't just popular in New York City. He's actually the most popular.
How do you not see that? Wait, what are you saying? What's the debate that's happening in the chat? How do you not see that you can't in good faith, these people should run more races, but you don't know how many races they're even running? Huh? Oh, you're trying. Okay, join DSA chatter, bro. The answer is more. The other chatter is right. DSA is not running enough candidates. We should be running like 50. There should be a full court press in New York City. They should be running in fucking Staten Island with Mamdani aligned candidates. Now, a lot of DSA people are against that because they want to have a DSA run campaign and they worry that DSA will not have enough capacity. And they're right. DSA would probably not have enough capacity to run 50 campaigns, but 50 candidates would be straining the existing resources. So they'd have to expand. The other thing is, it counts for the other side as well. The more people you run, the more the billionaire defense squad is overstrained too. There's only so many television ads they can run. That's the thing. Like, the more candidates you run, the more oversaturated the airwaves get, the less effective a billionaire money gets because they can't run enough ads to cover all the races. It's called defeat in detail. It's a military strategy for defeating a superior enemy. You have to force your enemy to divide themselves. And then you concentrate your forces where you have an opportunity and you defeat them in that. Well, so while they're split up, you're defeating them. But if they were all together, you would be outnumbered. That's how Napoleon won fucking Europe, is he was able to get people on the defense with the smaller army, and then he would use maneuver to crush people. That's what DSA needs to be. DSA needs to be like water. Right now, they're in bunker mentality. They're in defense mentality. They need to be running guerrilla warfare where they spread out everywhere. And by the way, bunker warfare was the correct answer. You guys were not wrong for being in the bunker in 2022. You were correct to being in the bunker in 2022. But now in 2026, you need to leave the bunker and we need to go wildly attack in every direction. And you will overperform your expectations. That's what we should be doing. Now, obviously, that's easier said than done, and it's very non-specific. I'm just saying that's the mentality that we need to adopt, which is the next 3 years are an opportunity for us to go fucking buck wild, and we should be going buck wild every place we can.
Popular Democrat statewide. Take a look at this. Net favorable of New York Democrats statewide. Look at this. Zohran Mamdani with a
I didn't mean to sound like you on my point. It's very simply that you need to know how many races they're running. If you say this, I agree, though, they should run more. But the answer for that by DSA is 9. I'm trying to get more people to pay attention to the specific before speaking. 9 is not enough. 9 is not enough. They're probably going to win all 9 of those. If DSA wins every election, they didn't run enough. That's what you don't know. That's what I'm saying. If they win all 9 of those races, they didn't run enough. They should run 6 or 7 more than that 9. I'll go further. If they win half, they didn't run up. That's my point. Exactly correct. Like, we should be running races where we don't think we're going to win because we will. You know an example of that? AO fucking C. You know what race I was watching on the night Hillary Clinton, or excuse me, fucking Freudian slip. You know what race I was watching in 2018? The one that I was focused on the night that AOC won? It wasn't AOC. It was Katie Porter in Orange County. That was the race that I was excited about. That was the race I thought we had a chance of winning. AOC's win was out of fucking nowhere. Nobody thought AOC was going to win. This is the same type. This is even better than 2018. We need to be running wild. We need to be running wild. And we have much more credibility than we did in the past. That's why not primarying Hakeem Jeffries was a mistake. It was a mistake. Now we could fix it. But it was a mistake. Because can you imagine how much he would have been forced to the left in the face of that challenge? Now, Osei accepted it. I accept it. You're wrong. I accept that your wrong decision was the majority decision of DSA, and therefore I accept it. But it was wrong. And if they had the current DSA strategy, they would have never backed AOC. They would have run scared at primarying the number 4 Dem in the House. Exactly! That's exactly my point. There would be no AOC without the fucking wild optimism and delusional fucking mentality of AOC. We only have AOC. We only have the politics we have now in New York because AOC made a wild and insane decision to run that race that she had no business running. And I would have told her not to do it because it would have been too crazy at the time. But I would have been wrong. I would have been wrong. And that's the point I'm making is I learned that lesson. And now we have a political climate that's even better. It's even better than 2018. It's a lot better than 2018. The thing is, I can't run the race for you. People, if they run, they've got to be their own. They have to be their own leaders. I can only help, but I can't make you do it. I can't make you do a good campaign. I can't carry your ass.
Positive net favor rating of plus 16 points. More popular than Kristen Gillibrand at plus 12. More popular than Kathy Hochul at plus 9. More popular than Chuck Schumer at minus 7. The bottom line is this. Zohran Mamdani is the most popular Democrat in the state of New York right now. Republicans are not going to be able to run against him in the midterms because the bottom line is this. He's popular not just in his home city, but he's popular in New York State as well.
Okay, but what about the popularity with the...
Hey, Mike, sorry to spam. I'm getting involved in Florida 15, which is second most likely to flip from what I've seen. I know. I'm excited. I'm excited about it. We'll talk about it more. Would you consider starting a campaign strategies firm ever? I did, but I don't want to do the work because people can't afford me. I mean, that's really the reality is, like, I've got a student, I've got a college, I've got like fucking law school loans to pay off. Okay. You cannot afford me. You know what I mean? Like, and I couldn't even do the work at the level that I would be to my own standards. You know what I mean? Like I would have to, I wouldn't be able to give you enough time and attention to the standards that I want to give you if I were to be paid as an advisor. And like, Joy DSA is not wrong in that we should always speak from a position of knowledge. But what I'm saying is, how many DSA LA congressional candidates are there? I'm literally going to be meeting with a DSA candidate from New York City very soon. And I'm glad that I am. And I'm glad that I can help. And I'll give them $500 or more. Like, I'll do what I can to help them. But like, I want more than that. I want them. There should be a DSA LA candidate. What the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing? If a district is +4 Republican, can a candidate swing that district? Depends what you mean by +4 Republican. But the answer is yes. In fact, I bet you that district will go Democrat. I realize that you don't have time to join the NAC. I mean, I might, but that's like a long-term project to get on the NAC. It'd be very annoying. DSA LA has a million problems. I am unfortunately very, very aware. Yeah, I know. We'll fix it. It's not the end of the world, right? Like, we'll fix it.
President, what is it that President Trump seems to like about him?
Yeah, okay. So I think what he likes about him is the fact that he is very much the type of politician who is able to attract the media attention in the same way while sticking with what he believes is right? You know, Donald Trump has always been this type of politician who goes out there, says a whole heck of a lot of things, but then is still able to maintain his base. And Zohran Mamdani is the type of guy who's been able to bring in President Trump, but also has basically been sticking to his campaign platform. I mean, take a look at this. Chance Mamdani freezes the rent, the thing he had run on. Look at this. According to the prediction markets, the Kalshi prediction market this year, there's still an 81% chance that Zohran Mamdani actually freezes the rent. So he is maintaining his popularity citywide. You see him right here. It's been going up like a rocket. He is maintaining, in fact, being the most popular Democrat in the state of New York right here, plus 16 points. And he is doing so while also at this point looking like he is going to actually.
You do too much wish casting. You need to start from where you are and make a plan to get to where you need to get to. Oh, I mean, obviously. I mean, it's not that it's wish casting, it's analysis. It is what it's just reality, right? Like, I have an analysis and opinion, and I'm recognizing that I have to take the concrete steps in reality to make it real. I mean, that's a totally fair criticism. I mean, I get it. Chance Mamdani freezes the rent is at an 81% chance. I mean, that's free money right there. That's just free money right there. Instant 20% gain. That's free money.
Keep that big campaign promise of freezing the rent. At this point, as I said, President Trump isn't the only one who has the vapors, because the bottom line is this: a lot of New Yorkers have the vapors about Zohran Mamdani, as well as he is sticking to his quite progressive platform.
Harry Anton, always a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking of amazing positive outcomes, chat, amazing positive outcomes, we have achieved total cultural victory. Do you think abortion should be legal in most cases or illegal in most cases? 85% of Democrats say abortion should be legal in most cases, and 41% of Republicans say it. Do you sympathize more with Israelis or Palestinians? 65% sympathize more with Palestinians and only 17% more with Israelis, which is about the same percentage of Democratic voters that want to ban abortion. This number, by the way, chat, is falling off a cliff. This is complete and total political victory. Complete and total political victory for us. Palestine and freeing Palestine is the majoritarian position. Just 9 months ago, people like Destiny were saying, radical centrist Zionists like Destiny cried about how much they wanted to push out tanky Democrats that support Palestine. Hutch with the same. And many, I mean, there's also a whole bunch of like actual political pundits who said the same. It's just Destiny's funny to make fun of. We won! Free Palestine RTTS. Thank you so much for the 20 gifts. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for the support. You all are amazing. I love you so much. We have broken through 12,000 subs again. We're at 12,052. Are we gonna end up with more or less than 12,000 for the month? Cultural victory is not material victory yet. Well, because in order for I've been on the Palestine issue since I was a teenager. I never thought I'd see the day. The reality about politics is it is like piloting a cruise ship or a battleship. Even though we've turned the wheel, we're at full ahead flank. The ship takes some time to turn. And that could be very frustrating in the face of genocide and oppression. And we can feel powerless. And we could feel sometimes maybe even like we cannot affect the world, but it has been affected. We are winning. The ship is turning. And one day, very soon, the policy changes are going to be happening so fast. And I'm going to be here screaming, are you tired of winning yet? Are you tired of winning yet? And it's all going to happen so fast. It's going to come boom, 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 boom. And you're going to be like, why didn't this happen before?
It was alleged the agents gained entry under false pretenses. DHS, I should point out, denies that. The student posted this on social media while in custody, which reads, DHS illegally arrested me, please help. This afternoon, Mayor Mamdani posted this, which says that he brought up his concerns about the student with the president, that he, quote, has just informed me that she will be released imminently. And apparently she has now been released. I'm wondering what your reaction to how this all played out.
A couple of quick things. First of all, what an extraordinary day for Mamdani that he starts the day talking about his theme, affordability, a plan, that could mean like 30,000 or more New Yorkers get affordable housing. And then later in the day, he helps free a student who's inappropriately arrested by ICE. Another key Mamdani theme, taking on ICE and standing up for immigrants. Very, very powerful. I think what's interesting here is, did the president play a role? I wouldn't be surprised at all, because I think the president understands he has painted himself in a corner. I'm not sure he understands the moral piece of it, but he certainly understands the political piece of it. What ICE has been doing has lost the faith of the American people. And when you go into a dorm and you have to, these agents apparently said they were looking for a missing person, so they lied to get in. They arrest a student who's clearly not a threat. This is exactly the kind of thing that is driving everyday Americans crazy. It looks reckless. It looks like taking away people's liberties. I think Trump was quick to say, let's get out of this right now.
Brad, are you surprised by this?
I'm not.
She's been released?
I'm not. I'm not as surprised because, I think the president is trying to pivot to make clear that they are trying to take serious criminals and people who are felons because they've crossed the border twice and not be as focused on collaterals. I hope that's what they're doing. I think it would be a smart move, and I think it would help rebuild the advantage Republicans rightly should have on immigration.
David, how about you?
I think what Brad is saying makes sense. He has definitely talked about a pivot. We've seen some change, and yet he doesn't want to completely lose, and you saw this in the State of the Union address, Anderson, all that immigration rhetoric that does enthuse his base, that is part of his political identity. So keeping it focused on getting rid of the worst, which is actually what he initially campaigned on, and then it sort of got away from him in execution. Getting back to that may actually get him back to having a better standing on one of his most prominent and identifiable issues.
Enter in Zohran Mamdani, who's using this moment to quietly, strategically, he must believe this makes.
Platter went on office hours? Oh, yeah. Okay, we might have to check that out.
Sense, clearly, to get close to Trump. Okay, he went, he had another meeting. He brought props to make his case on housing, according to sources.
Oh, are stonks eating shit? Are stonks finally eating shit? Dow tumbles 700 points after hot inflation report mounting concerns about AI impact. 10-year yield falls below 4% on stagflation risk following hot producer prices reading. Stagflation! Woo! Wee! Everything's gonna suck. Wow. Oh, and what do you look at that? Crypto sucks too. How about gold? Gold and silver. Oh my God, silver is swinging around like a shit coin. 8%? Oil's up. Dow is tumbling. OpenAI announced $110 billion funding round with backing from Amazon, Nvidia, and SoftBank. All these corporations are burning all their cash on this AI shit. China told its citizens to leave Iran. Yeah, they're attacking this weekend, for sure.
Trump is smiling, and he's holding up the front page of the Daily News in 1975 with Gerald Ford's face, and the headline, Ford to City Drop Dead, and Mamdani's got a mock-up, Trump to City, let's build.
That he made. It's important. Zohran Mamdani made that to bring it to Trump.
I mean, you mean he actually glued it?
No, I mean, Trump didn't make this.
Okay. I'm like, wait, is this okay?
For Trump, right? I think that it's just important to let people know that.
Right.
Carry on.
Mamdani, right. So Jamal, This is the language that Trump speaks. I mean, he should on the New York Post, not the Daily News, but okay. But he's speaking the language.
Yeah, you scratch the puppy's belly, and then you show up. And he's figured out how to pick the lock in the Donald Trump White House, which is you're nice to Trump, you ask for what you want. Trump likes star power, whatever it is that goes on between them. He's figured out how to do it. And I think New York being Trump's home city, there's something about that maybe softens Trump up to Mamdani's approach.
Does Mamdani pay any price for that from his social democrat, as he calls it, base?
The price he might pay is just from New Yorkers who are looking out their windows at 8 feet of snow that has still not been cleared from the sidewalk. I'm not saying these are unimportant things. He wants things to be built in New York City. He wanted that Columbia student freed. These are important things. But I think if there's any price, watching Zohran Mamdani march down to Washington with props to very easily pick Donald Trump's lock, right? It's not a hard cover.
By the way, all the snow is cleared. All New Yorkers know it's cleared. That's why they love Zohran. They cleared all the snow. Do you live in New York, you dumb fuck? SE fraud. By the way, this person has been propped up by Coke money for 30 fucking years. No fans. If SE Cup tried to go live on Twitch, she'd get 50 fucking viewers max. These media class people have no clout. No clout whatsoever, but they sit in these chairs soaking up millions. Why the fuck anybody likes SE Cup is fucking delusional. She represents no one. She has no fans. She's got no clout. It's all connections, and they're paid to be on there blathering the same bullshit. It's fucking crazy. I'm so glad the mainstream media is dying. It's CNN when the Zionists buy CNN. You know what's going to happen to CNN's viewership? It's already in the fucking toilet. You think these honestly, I'm kind of glad the Zionists bought this sinking ship. Go ahead, stuff it full of Zionist propaganda. Everyone normal will turn it off. You will have fucking dug the grave of these networks. You fucking dumb boomer Zionists.
Nation to figure out. Yeah. He does it. I just think there might be a little anxiety in New York about well, can we just fix what's going on in my front yard, my backyard, my street, my sidewalk?
This might be a ramp up. I mean, that Gateway project, people want that tunnel fixed. People really want real big projects done the federal government's going to pay for.
Well, Mamdani's got to find a lot of money.
This might be the ramp up to get the federal government to get back in the game on some of the items that, the city
But that
needs.
first time he met with Trump in the White House, he knew the conversation opener that Zohran Mamdani wanted to have was building. Talk about building, because he knows that's the way to Trump's heart. That's not why Mamdani was there, but he knew that's exactly how to get him in. He did the same thing this time. And look at the photos. Trump's grinning from ear to ear, loving, cheesing.
Yeah, it's called winning. Are you tired of it yet? I know I'm not. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to basically my favorite part of the stream, where the I've had it gals get to speak their piece. And you know what their piece is? Fuck the Democratic Party. All right, hold on. I thought I had this open, but apparently I didn't. Well, this is a bummer. Oh, here it is. The I've Had It gals are queens. I love them, guys. If you have not seen I've Had It, basically these are the people, I consider them to be the wide end of the funnel. And I want to hook up with the I've Had It gals in the sense of collaboration. Get your fucking minds out of the gutter. You disgust me. I want to collaborate with these gals because I think that one of the problems that we have is seeing through some of the bullshit that is spun around certain politicians and pushing us and highlighting the ones that are actually on our side.
Hakeem Jeffries is compromised and he needs to resign. Serious members of the
What's disgusting about two mature women? Nothing. They're beautiful in every way.
Progressive Caucus have got to quit playing patty cake with this guy. He is a corporate dim through and through, and he is a fascist collaborator. There's no question that Chuck Schumer is as well, but we will not retain our democracy with the Democratic Party taking money from Palantir. We are not going to retain our country with the Democratic Party taking donations from AIPAC. The corporate Dems are controlled opposition. Chuck Schumer is controlled opposition, and it gets worse, you guys. It gets worse. Pop this up. Matthew Eadie recently discovered how AIPAC is hiding its donations using 3 campaigns for, you guessed it, Hakeem Jeffries aka AIPAC Shakur, I created a graphic to help you understand how the secret campaigns are structured and why you won't be able to see AIPAC in FEC filings, but AIPAC will still be able to track donations through unique IDs and show candidates how much their network has donated to buy pro-Israel votes. And here.
So, by the way, chat, this is just corruption. And first of all, I want you to understand something, chat, that this actually should be criminally illegal. Okay? If you have an organized money hiding its influence and creating scam packs to hide, and this is just corruption. This is corruption. They are trying to buy politicians secretly and allow those politicians to hide their associations to trick the voters. That's corruption. That is fascistic. That should be a crime. And when I say crime, I mean hard time. I mean Angola prison. I mean chain gangs. There is no crime that should be punished harsher than corrupting our democracy. These people are trusted with our power. They're trusted with our money. If they are selling out to a foreign country, that is treason. And that's not an exaggeration. Maybe it seems like I'm speaking too strictly, but I want you to understand that this is about killing kids in Israel. This is about killing kids in the occupied territories of Palestine. This is about forcing us into a war with Iran. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries will not stand up against a war in Iran because Israel wants it, and they have gotten millions of dollars from AIPAC and Israel lobbies. Millions of lives are at stake, and these corrupt animals are allowed to get away with it?
Is the graph. You can see it here, AIPAC. And then we have the democracy engine. 3 of these that are funneled through Hakeem Jeffries. So let's review here. Keep this up. Hakeem Jeffries is Palantir first. Hakeem Jeffries is Israel first. How can Hakeem Jeffries care about immigrant children when he doesn't care about Palestinian children, and he takes money from a genocidal government that's ran by a war criminal, a far-right fascist war criminal?
And this and Hakeem Jeffries, they tried to go on YouTube, and whoops-a-daisy, they actually got asked a question.
At a fundraiser of yours recently, of someone asking about money, it's about $44,000. It's your victory fund from a Palantir executive. Do you think Democrats should be taking that money from just the groups that are allowing Donald Trump to carry out this chaos on our country?
Well, we'll definitely look into that issue. And, you know, I've raised north of...
Let me pause it right here, chat. Politicians know about a $250 donation. They know about a $500 donation. Like, you don't think he knows about $44,000? He's lying through his teeth. He thinks you're an idiot. He thinks you're a rube. He thinks like, oh, 44,000. I'm getting so much money from all these executives. I don't even notice 44 grand. Don Quixote, thank you for your support. Doesn't it just disgust you? I don't know about you, chap, but it disgusts me that this fucking complete dud is leading the Democratic Party. And by the way, chat, I called that this guy was going to be a problem 7 years ago. I think if you search my tweets, you would find one where I say that we have to watch out for Hakeem Jeffries because Nancy Pelosi is grooming this guy because he's anti-left wing. I think I said something almost exactly like that years and years ago. I think I also said it in a call to the Majority Report with Samuel Cedar, where I once worked as a producer. This is Mike Was Right Vindication Hours, and it's not because I care about being right. It's not that I care about being right. It's that in my heart, I want us to follow what I said so that we can win and achieve and live in a better fucking world. And I say that with humility, okay? I say that with humility. It's not because I am superior or something. It's just what makes sense if you're paying attention closely enough, which that is my curse, to pay attention and remember.
$20 million over the last few years. The average contribution is about $27 per.
By the way, chat, this is propaganda and this is lies. It all comes from 2016. Bernie Sanders, his average contribution was $27 because he had millions of supporters across the country that gave a small amount of money, right? But that was the average contribution to his campaign. Well, conservative Democrats who get all their money from big donors tried to copy that by doing something really sneaky. What they do is they get campaign staffers and close friends and donors to donate dozens of times $1, hundreds of times. They get a bunch of people to donate $1 at a time so that they can lower their average donation down to $27, right? He's a liar. And I'll show you how he's a liar. It's not that hard. He is a disgusting fucking liar. He is misleading you into thinking that his donations come from the grassroots or whatever the fuck. He's a lying sack of shit. See if I could find it. Here you go. Hakeem Jeffries, source of funds, campaign committee. This is as the minority leader. So that means he has access to the DCCC's email list, the DNC's email list. He's spending money on Facebook ads. Only 31% large individual contributions, 18% other, 11% PAC. So that's the most recent cycle, right? Notice how much he's got so much raised. Let's go ahead and do it 2022. Take a look. Large individual contributions, 42%. PAC contributions, 34%. Other, 17%. Small individual contributions, 5%. See, when you weren't looking, he was getting all that money from PACs and big donors, right? So they got tired of getting called out for that. You know, and you could go back. We could go back and go through all his cycles, and you'll see it's the same thing. 56% large contributors, 40% PACs, 3% small. He's a lying sack of shit. What industry? Oh, let's go and do 2024. What's his biggest donations? What's the... Whoa! He's the #1 pro-Israel donation receiver. $1 million from pro-Israel. This is called opensecrets.org if you're ever curious about a candidate. And then I'll give you an example of somebody else. Bernie Sanders. Let's go to Bernie Sanders. His career. His top contributors are employees of the University of California, United States Postal Service. Okay, let's do his campaign committee only for 2024. 63% small individual contributions, 29% large individual contributions, and 7% other. Only 0.26% from PACs. And what PACs did he get from? Labor, unions. I mean, if we go back to, say, 2014, prior to him running for president, Communication Workers of America, Unite Here, National Education Association, Service Employees International Union, American Association for Justice, American Postal Workers Union, International Association of Firefighters, Machinists, Aerospace Workers, Postmasters, Operating Engineers, Sheet Metal Workers, and United Food and Commercial Workers. Wow. Campaign contributions came from small individual donations. His top contributor was the Communication Workers of America. Let's go back to Hakeem Jeffries for a second. His top contributor was the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. This guy is a foreign agent. He is a traitor, and he's controlled opposition.
Criminal Benjamin Netanyahu that funded Hamas. And then you see all this money they're filtering in to candidates. And so here's how it works, you guys. AIPAC directs its donors to the Pro-Israel Network website via email campaigns. And then the Pro-Israel Network uses Democracy Engine as its payment processor. That's AIPAC Shakur, that's Hakeem Jeffries. And then donations are recorded as individual donations from Democracy Engine. In the back end, each pro-Israel...
It's very important that you understand, chat, that this is against the will of the Democratic Party base. 65% of Democratic Party voters now openly state that their sympathies lie more with Palestinians than Israelis. Only 17% say more with the Israelis, which is approximately the same percentage of Democrats that want to ban abortion. How many times do you hear Democrats going, we got to ban abortion, let's ban abortion? Imagine if the top Democratic leader, top donations were from pro-life organizations. Would you find that to be anti-democratic? Would you find that to be extreme? Would you find that to be corrupt?
network campaign is recorded with a unique ID. The Democratic Party cannot be for a blank check to Israel, who is run by a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu. We cannot be this party. This is a uniparty. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are controlled opposition, full stop. They take money from MAGA donors, and then they get on camera and lie to the American people. And you might say, Jennifer, quit browbeating Democrats. I can get on here all day long and I can browbeat Republicans, because tomorrow Trump's going to do something more illegal, more unethical. He's going to cover up more child rape stuff from the Epstein files. It's going to happen every single day, and the Republicans are going to allow him to do it. But the Democrats have to be in opposition. And when you find out the Democratic leadership is taking money from Palantir and AIPAC and God knows who else, and then you keep thinking, why aren't they putting up a resistance? Why aren't they opposing him at every turn? Why aren't they saying abolish ICE? Why aren't they saying no more blank check to Israel? No, we're stopping that. Absolutely not cooperating with a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I adore her. Because she is saying the quiet part out loud, that we cannot accept a corrupt Democratic Party. If we want to fight the Republicans, we must first fight the corruption at home. Because what use is it to win power if immediately we get tripped up? That's what happened to Joe Biden, but he was weak and feckless, and he wouldn't fight, and he wouldn't put any pressure on any of the people that were blocking his so-called agenda. And he was in the pockets of AIPAC. And what did that do? It destroyed the support among the youth for the Democratic Party, because so many young people saw the genocide of the Palestinian people, and they said, I cannot work with this. And so many powerful organizers and campaigners, humbly I say myself, I used to go out and knock thousands of doors for candidates. I would donate thousands of dollars for candidates. But when I saw them supporting a genocide and refusing to acknowledge it and promising to do it more, I checked the fuck out. I'm not gonna spend my blood, sweat, and tears on a party that supports genocide. But the past is the past, and it's time for us all to come together and push for a Democratic Party, or push for a politics that actually represents us. And luckily, we have those people. For example, in New York City, they have a candidate running for Congress. Claire Valdez is a socialist and union organizer running for Congress in New York's 7th district, and she's going to fucking win. Valdez, 36, has just announced her campaign for New York's 7th congressional district, a seat that includes parts of Brooklyn and Queens, that will soon be vacant upon longtime representative Nadia Valaquez's retirement. She was an endorser of Bernie. So this is a district that is in the commie corridor. She's going to win. So we're going to get behind her, and we're going to achieve victory. Very relevant post from DSA endorsed Claire about campaign donations. In the first 7 weeks, we raised $411,925, 6,700 unique donors, average contribution $54. Now that's what I call a presidential campaign. All right, chat editors, cut. That could be my I've had it podcast. I need to get in their algorithm, chat. I need to get noticed. So when we make the video, could you guys subscribe to the YouTube and click the video and share it and like and comment? But when you comment, can you make a comment about the video and not just say for the algorithm or something like that? Because it looks like spam. So like just say something about the actual video. Thank you. No help? What the fuck's wrong with you? No help. The Green Party has reported labor to the police over alleged electoral law breaches over a van allegedly near a polling station. Claim the Greens want our daughters used for legal prostitution. Do not listen to these people. Do not vote for the Greens. They want to legalize all drugs and teach our children to use drugs, including crack and heroin, and let our daughters be used for legal prostitution. No green madness in our community. They got their asses beat. Labor's behavior has been disgusting. What, are you surprised? Fascism grows because of centrist and establishment cooperation, because they see the left as a threat, and they abandon all pretense at democracy in order to protect the status quo of capitalism. That is always what happened. If you want to know what's wrong with America, It's because America has intelligence agencies that are out of control and should be abolished. We have a political class that is so certain of their own correctness. They see their job as changing your mind rather than listening to your democratic will. They see you as peasants and sheep to be controlled and manipulated, not citizens to be respected, represented, and served.
I keep hearing this word fascism.
Fascism. Fascism. Fascism.
Fascism.
Fascism.
And I have a confession to make, which is I don't totally understand it.
I don't know about you, chat. Maybe I'm an asshole and a narcissist or something, but I just fucking cannot stand this hayseed fucking act. Motherfucker has like a master's degree and he's doing this fucking bullshit about how he's a hayseed and he doesn't really understand it. Crap. I hate it. I hate it. It's such a fake fucking put upon bullshit. And it's pandering. A NATO intern. Yeah, he was an intern at NATO headquarters. And he doesn't understand fascism. Okay, bro.
I feel kind of naive. When I think of fascism, I think of World War II. I think of the Nazi regime committing some of the most horrendous atrocities.
You don't think of NATO allowing a fascist government of Spain and Portugal to join? Wait, you don't think about that? You don't think about NATO supporting a fascist Nazi collaborator civil war in Greece to fight against the socialists and the leftists that resisted Nazism? You don't think about those? You don't think about the years of lead where the United States of America covertly set up fascist leave-behind squads and Project Gladio or assassinated left-wing leaders and trade unionists throughout the world? You don't think about that? You don't think about Pinochet? You don't think about the Argentinian dirty war? You don't think about Brazil? You don't think about the Contras? No, you just think about World War II. You don't think about Taiwan or South Korea during the military dictatorship and the White Terrors? The White Terror of Indonesia that killed 1 million people? You don't think the mass killings in South Korea or Taiwan? None of that comes to mind when you think of fascism? Fascism is just when America's not involved, I guess.
In human history. I think of their ally, Italy. But fascist has also become this generic
Notice
insult
that he didn't talk about Japan either.
People use in politics.
A weird... Would I call Biden a fascist? No, I would call Biden a fascist collaborator. I would call Biden a fascist collaborator. Netanyahu is the fascist. Biden is the feckless liberal appeasing him.
Fascist leaders do. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist.
Reject Donald Trump's fascism. They're the ones acting like actual fascists.
Look up the definition of fascism. But it's also used as an insult in things that have nothing to do with politics.
This guy's being a total fascist.
What do you mean? What do you mean it has nothing to do with politics, you fucking moron piece of shit? What the fuck are you talking about? TSA... a security theater that is implemented by the government, forcing our privacy to be investigated. That is political in its essence. What the fuck are you talking about? TSA isn't political. Okay, idiot.
Free expression, not fascist moves.
What kind of a fascist hash foundry are you running here?
But lately, I'm hearing the word used more seriously. Fascism. Experts, historians, scholars, some of them are warning that we are seeing the rise of fascism again. Are we? This took us deeper than expected, deeper than I can remember going on a video in a long time, into books and documents.
White supremacy is fucking crazy, dude.
Speeches, deep into the research and scholarship on fascism and its history. And we got
the only reason they're mad at the Italians and the Germans is because they shot white people. Literally it. That's the only reason why they're considered to be villains. If they were shooting brown people, they would be called allies.
Talked to a whole range of top experts on fascism, people who know a lot about this, but don't actually agree with each other on everything.
I'm an historian of fascism, populism, and dictatorships.
The question is fascism real and abroad in the world?
It's very important not to abuse the concept.
To be a fully fledged fascist, you need a vision of an alternative political system.
A quick note
I mean, I will say this about Johnny is I applaud him for like putting effort into trying to create some visual interest through the camera work and through props and shit. Like I legitimately think that's part of why he's so successful, and it is legitimately hard to do. And so I think you have to give him his flowers for that. And there was a lot of effort put into this video. Like, you got to respect it. Even though I don't like the guy personally, he's got great production value and there's a lot of money in this thing. And that's pretty impressive.
What I'm trying to do here, I wish
he had better politics. That's the thing that sucks. But you're never going to get this kind of money supporting like a left-wing thing unless we're like already winning super hard.
To give you the correct interpretation of fascism. What I can promise you is clarity. Clarity on the story of fascism, on the features of fascist regimes. And my hope is that that clarity arms you with the tools you need to evaluate what's happening today for yourself. And I hope to hear from you in the comments to have a good faith, respectful debate about how you interpret all of this. But before you comment, let me show you what I've learned. What is fascism? How do we define it? And how do we start to evaluate if it's happening again today? There's a handful of countries that have had what scholars might call some kind of fascist regime over the years. But in the research we did, it has become clear that to really understand fascism, you have to go into its source code, the root of it, how it started, how it became so successful. So we're going to focus in on these 25 years, the years between the two big wars. And specifically, we're going to focus on these two men.
Before the First World War, it's an age of extraordinary technological achievement. You get this extraordinary explosion of transport, trains and cars.
It was a time of mind-bending new machines that were rewriting the rules of life itself faster than anyone was ready for. It promised everything, but soon it threatened to destroy everything too.
In 1914, you get this horrific First World War with absolute carnage, millions dying, millions. New mass-produced ways of killing lots of people, like machine guns and dropping bombs, etc. And trench warfare is horrendous.
In these 4 violent years, societies were ripped apart. Italy was actually on the winning side, but their allies had promised them all sorts of territorial gains that didn't actually pan out. Italy felt cheated. They lost hundreds of thousands of men. It was, in their words, a mutilated victory, a bad deal, but not as bad of a deal as the losers got, especially Germany, who lost over 2 million soldiers, 500,000 civilians, 13% of their territory, which contained 10% of their population. Add to this the money that they borrowed to fight this war that they now had to pay back, a tremendous amount of debt. And on top of all of this, the peace deal required them to pay back the victors for this war. $500 billion in today's money, something that they actually just recently finished paying off, which led them to borrow more money. I mean, it was terrible. It scrambled this once very advanced, thriving economy.
Yes, when you fight a war of choice and you get utterly defeated after killing millions of people, destroying multiple other countries that were neutral that you invaded, and the nation accepted it and reinforced that for years, there's gonna have to be some amount of payback. The problem with Germany is they destroyed the socialist revolution, and the United States and the Western powers helped prop up the fascist governments, the proto-fascist formations, again out of fear of the Soviets. And it was a good fear. They would have lost.
Their money lost 99.9999999% of its value.
Yes, but that was done intentionally. That was done intentionally as policy to basically devalue all debt that was denominated in Deutschmarks. They did that intentionally. That was their policy.
Wheelbarrows full of cash and an economy in crisis that creates a sense of widespread anger and resentment and humiliation among these people. So Italy and Germany, they're both feeling cheated and angry. And like a lot of Europe, they're in a sort of a fork in the road with their government. They're figuring out what kind of society they want to have. Italy still had a king, but they were also doing democracy. They had a parliament. Germany had parliament and voting. Women could vote in Germany. They had individual rights enshrined in law, but these democracies were fragile, and increasingly they were in crisis. So people start wondering if they need to rethink the system entirely.
It is that sense of total breakdown which generated extraordinary enthusiasm about the possibility of a new socialist communist world or a new ultra-nationalist racist world.
One rising option in people's minds was to do what workers, soldiers, and peasants had just done in Russia. Led by a revolutionary named Vladimir Lenin, Russians had just overthrown their government, promising a new way, communism, where land and industry would be seized from the elites and put under the control of the people, the workers, the peasants. At least that was the idea. This revolution would create the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union would eventually become a brutal dictatorship.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. So basically what happened is Russia was a brutal fascist, monarchist death camp, and it was a dictatorship. The gulags, all those systems were set up by the Tsar, and the Soviet Union rebelled against it. And then what happened? It was immediately attacked by every other Western country and put into a state of siege.
That would kill millions of its own people, but that's not what this video is about. And anyway, not yet. For now,
I wonder if he would call America a brutal dictatorship that killed millions of its own people. I mean, black people really didn't have the right to vote in this country until 1965, and that wasn't really fully implemented until the 70s. So would you call America a dictatorship or some sort of like or would you pretend that America is some sort of long-standing democracy? I mean, more Native Americans were killed by America's colonization than people who died in the Soviet Union. Why? Because it happened 50 years before the Soviet Union. That's the important 50 guys. The 50 or 100 years before the Soviet Union was founded. That period of time, ancient history. Ancient fucking history. 1778. That's ancient fucking history, guys. What do you mean? Now 1919. Now that shows you that communism is completely discredited. History began on the exact, you could start judging ideologies exactly when in 1949 for China, but you can't start judging America until 1965. Okay?
Now, right after World War I, this communist revolution in Russia is looking like a desirable option to some of these reeling countries.
You don't say.
That inspired a lot of extremist Marxists.
Oh, they're extremist Marxists. They're extremist Marxist guys. By the way, this is a polling. They're doing for polling. Vote for the KPD. They're so extreme. They're telling you vote for us. Vote for our party. List 5. We're so extreme. Vote for us in the election. We're so extreme.
That they were on the verge of causing a revolution in their country.
So this was one revolution on offer. And more people in Italy and Germany start embracing communism. They're going on strike. They're occupying factories. But communism wasn't the only revolutionary idea promising a solution to this post-war misery.
By the way, the idea that fascism is revolutionary is an absolutely idiotic fucking bullshit statement of complete liberal slop. The entire point of fascism is to reify the past. It is to lock in the existing hierarchies. It is to reinforce those that already dominate. There is nothing revolutionary about pouring cement on everything. Fucking dumb pieces of shit. Jesus Christ, this sucks.
And that's where we're going to turn to this guy. Benito Mussolini. Mussolini will one day be Italy's fascist dictator, but not yet. His path to power is going to have to pass through some very important steps. And for that, we made something. We're going to use this to track the rise of Mussolini and Hitler, because these steps can help teach us how fascism operates. Before World War I, Mussolini was a rising star in Italian socialism. He ran an Italian socialist paper. He advocated for workers' rights. But once World War I started, Mussolini breaks with the socialists because he thinks that Italy should join the war, and the socialists are firmly anti-war. So they kick him out of the party. And this is where he pivots hard. He starts his own pro-war nationalist newspaper, all about pride and sacrifice and putting the nation above class struggle. Italy does enter World War I, and the 32-year-old Mussolini enlists to go fight. He gets wounded in a training exercise, and he comes home from the war even more resolved in his vision of a strong Italy, but now with a new set of beliefs that he gained while in the trenches. And he starts to share his beliefs. He starts a club with a a small group of other guys, a lot of them ex-soldiers like him. Men who also feel humiliated and are looking for someone to blame. And he tells them that Italy's problems are not only because of the war and the betrayal from their so-called allies, that mutilated victory, but also because of what's happening inside Italy itself, where all of these isms are poisoning the country. Communism and socialism were threatening to...
Okay, so when he says in the trenches, I guess he means hypothetically or metaphorically because he didn't do anything. Is that what he's saying? Is it like hypothetically and metaphorically he was in the trenches?
Transform Italy with these worker revolutions. And even democracy itself, or liberalism, was to blame for all of these problems. Italy's democracy had, in his words, gone drunk with compromise. They couldn't get anything meaningfully done because they're accommodating all these different viewpoints. He says, guys, this is Italy. We're the historic home of the Roman Empire, the foundation of Western society, and now we've been betrayed and humiliated. But Mussolini says that he has a solution. He says that Italy must be ruled by men who had just fought in this traumatizing industrial war. Men who had been purified by violence and sacrifice and discipline. In his eyes, these were a new kind of man, a new kind of elite, created not by aristocratic birth, but by combat. And now these veterans had an obligation to replace the weak, entitled elites that had been created by liberal democracy, and to replace it with a, quote, trenchocracy, the aristocracy of the trenches. So this is like our origin story here. It's the spring of 1919 in Milan, Italy, not even a year after World War I has ended. And Mussolini is rallying his club of ex-soldiers and sympathizers, telling them that violence is actually sacred. It's a stamp of nobility.
Fascism always involved violence and the militarization of politics. Violence is glorified. Violence is presented as what makes men men.
This is about men being aggressive, violent, dominant, and strong, and that's a good thing. That's the key to restoring the greatness of the nation, not the soft, weak intellectuals that democracy had created. And for his new group, Mussolini adopts this symbol. It's a symbol that had been used way back in ancient Rome, and many times over the years, including in the French Revolution. You see this in the American Capitol building as a symbol of unity and order.
Yes, the lectors.
A stick by itself can be a weapon, but it's also easily broken. But gather many sticks into a uniform bundle, or a fascio in Italian, and suddenly,
you know what?
It's a lot harder to break.
Hey, chat, do you know the word in English? Never mind. Don't say the word in English. Don't say the word in English.
Add an axe to this bundle, and you have a kind of indestructible tool of punishment. Mussolini is telling his listeners that under his direction of trenchocracy, Italians...
Okay, so what I love about them is this is a really cool, interesting thing to talk about how it all comes back from the Roman Empire and actually the Roman Republic, because in Rome, they had sword control. I don't know if you know this, chat, but in Rome, they banned weapons. So you were not allowed to have swords in Rome. They had sword control, but you still had people that needed like protection. They were famous. They were prominent. You know, you'd ever do when some schizo would come try to kill you. They had something known as the lectors. Lectors Guild. I don't know how to spell this. Yeah, there it is. Lectors. There it is. They had the lectors. Lectors in ancient Rome. Let me see if I'm misspelling this. Oh God, no. I might be misspelling this. Oh fuck. Catholic Church has all taken all this shit. Hold on, I'm gonna have to find it. But lictor, that's what it is. It's lictor, not lector. Lictor. Thank you, chatter. Thank you, chatter. I was misspelling it. A lictor is a Roman civil servant who was an attendant and bodyguard to a magistrate. So it was this guy, and he was a bodyguard. And they would carry around their little weapon. They also carried the magistrate's fasces, which symbolized that magistrate's imperium. The fasces would also serve to intimidate a crowd since they contained all the necessary equipment to administer corporal and capital punishment. The axe was for chopping people's heads off.
Must become a unified bundle.
Not extrajudicial killings, judicial killings. That's what a magistrate is for. A magistrate is an elected official in Rome who would administer judgments according to Roman law. They were judicial. They were basically proto law enforcement. And then there's more stuff that would develop from that.
fascio, fascismo, fascism. Learning the origins of this word has been really useful for me to approach this whole story with curiosity. Curiosity is the antidote to so many of the problems plaguing. You can also support us there too if you want to see more of this work. So at its very root, fascism begins as a nationalist movement founded by a bunch of war veterans set on restoring Italy's greatness. And they glorify violence as the key to making this happen. What should be the focus of their violence? Well, Mussolini's former friends.
One of the key aspects of fascism is crushing the socialists.
They start hunting for socialists and communists, arriving to their meetings, smashing their printing presses, beating up the leaders of these worker strikes and protests, and more Italian men, many of them fellow veterans, join. These violent squads, or squadristi, eventually get a new name, the Black Shirts, a group somewhere between a gang of street thugs and a private militia. And soon their ranks swell to 250,000 people. Their acts of violence escalate. Soon they're raiding and burning down headquarters of the socialist and communist movements. They destroy the office of the socialist newspaper that Mussolini once had been the editor for. They even murder Socialist Party members. And the violence includes humiliation. They would routinely kidnap their enemies and force feed them huge amounts of laxatives. Like, just brutal. This is a book from while all of this is happening. 20 fascists arrive in a lorry, they attack a club, beat the workers, and set the place on fire. Fascists assault a funeral party, make their way into a cafe, and seriously wound an employee by stabbing him in the chest. A band of fascists, who are armed and masked, attack several citizens, including socialists, left on the ground senseless and bleeding. Setting fire to a socialist headquarters, burning banners and furniture, attack a socialist cooperative. A doctor is beaten by fascists. A socialist lawyer is beaten by fascists. Workers are taken to the hospital having been beaten by fascists. Strikes a 10-year-old child who is singing the red flag. You get the point.
These guys, man, it seems like they weren't beating up liberals, you know? That seems odd, chat. These guys were running around and they didn't seem like they were beating up liberals at all. That's so odd. That's strange.
Guys were all over the country committing really heinous acts of violence.
Fascists believe that violence is the source of power, and that source of power increases when violence is unleashed.
Like, how are they getting away with all this stuff? They don't actually control the country. They aren't an army. They aren't the police. They're just a bunch of angry men committing violence on behalf of this ultra-nationalist group. So why is no one stopping them? Like, where is the government in all of this?
The liberals were scared of the socialists, so they were allowing them to do it. It's very simple. They wanted to keep their money. They liked their exploitation, and they wanted to dominate the poor. So these guys were a popular base to defend capitalism. It's all material. It goes back to society structures, right? Like, enough workers were starting to complain about the exploitation. They were gaining class consciousness. But another segment of the workers still had false consciousness. And so there was an opportunity here to enlist those that were full of false beliefs and use them against the workers that were seeing clearly about the material basis of exploitation. Capitalists had to do so, or else they would be defeated, and we would enter a new golden age of human development called socialism.
Well, that's the thing. Italy's democratic government at the time is divided and weak, and the people who did have power in the country were actually kind of okay with what Mussolini and his thugs were doing. And here I'm talking about the rich people who, like Mussolini, hate communists. Remember the communist revolution? They're threatening to take away their wealth and distribute it to the workers. These business elites are terrified.
Some members of the ruling group saying, should we fool around with and try and, think about a fascist way to resolve these problems?
So these land and business owners actually start funding Mussolini's black shirts. Over and over, the black shirts are even hired to break up strikes and to beat up striking workers.
The first mission of fascism is to crush anti-capitalist resistance from the working classes from below.
So the rich people are letting it happen. They're funding it. Okay, but what about the army and the police? Well, turns out many among their ranks are actually fascist sympathizers. Like, Mussolini is talking to these guys. He's appealing to these guys. And even though his tactics of violence are quite extreme, more and more of the population is realizing they like the fascist vision of what Italy should be, including the way the fascists punish their enemies. And then something happens that changes everything. Socialists and communists are gaining some traction in the parliament, and the prime minister, who's like a centrist, doesn't want to invite them into his coalition, so he turns to Mussolini's fascists, knowing that they're kind of becoming a force that can't be ignored. He asks them to be a part of his coalition, maybe bringing them into the official democracy can tame them and their violent ways.
They believe that they can control them because they see them rightly as vulgar, as idiotic, as narcissistic, and ignorant. They believe they can control them.
Mussolini's fascists are now an official political party that was just invited into the mainstream. And this is the next step on this path. The fascists have now been accepted, legitimized, first by the business elites, and now by the political system, the democracy. Mussolini is now a politician in parliament, along with 35 other fascist politicians. But this doesn't solve anything for Italian democracy. The new political coalition falls apart almost immediately. Italy's government continues to be paralyzed by infighting. And all over the country, Mussolini's fascist fighters continue to use this dysfunction as an opportunity to take their violence to the next level.
So what is the solution, of course? The solution is to crush them. The solution is to fight. The solution is to crush them with exactly the violence that they are trying. And by the way, not like small individual acts of violence, but systemic violence. And when I say systemic violence, I'm talking about law enforcement. Obviously, these roving gangs of fascists can't be legal. Am I right? I have to say that because there's a strong chance that I might get banned for saying that Italy should have repressed with violence fascist Mussolini. There's a non-zero chance that I might get banned for saying such a thing because we live in a fascist era.
To take over entire cities, places with elected socialist leaders, occupying government buildings, chasing out the socialist city government, and imposing their own policies. Often while the police just look the other way or even help them out in some cases. They start marching on the big cities in Italy like Bologna and Ferrara. And eventually, Mussolini directs tens of thousands of his black shirts to march on the capital, Rome. Mussolini's movement, which started as a club of like 100 men in Milan, now 3.5 years later, was a force that couldn't be ignored, gathering in huge numbers just outside the capital, preparing to march on the city, daring the country's king to use his army against them. So the king sizes up his options. He likely knows that a lot of the ranks of his army probably sympathize with the fascists. So instead of standing up to Mussolini and risking a civil war, he makes a deal with him. He invites him to become the prime minister. He has real power now. He's addressing the parliament. And he claims, at first, that he, quote, does not intend to deviate from the Constitution. He's going to keep the democracy, he says. But over the next 4 years, he dismantles the Italian democracy from within. He says that the parliament and the entire political system are wholly unworthy to guide us. Now, not everyone's buying this. Like, he's not universally popular among the citizenry. A lot of people do like him, but a lot of people don't. But in the next election, his black shirts intimidate and suppress voters, which helps the fascists win a huge majority in the election. Soon he's censoring the press. He's shutting down newspapers. He's creating a secret police.
You abolish all liberal freedoms. You get rid of all freedom of the press, freedom of speech.
And then guess what Israel's trying to do? Israel's trying to get rid of freedom of speech in the press. You can't criticize Israel, demonetized. You criticize Israel, deplatformed. I hope I meet Asmongold one day. It just flashed into my mind. I hope I meet him one day.
Abolishes all other political parties.
You have a totally alternative system of a single party state, charismatic leader, an alternative legal system.
And then finally, he abolishes elections themselves.
This is a revolutionary rebirth. And what that means is you destroy the democratic system.
It's 1925, and Mussolini has done away with all democratic mechanisms that could be used to challenge him, and he completes the last step on the fascist path to absolute power. As the absolute ruler, he rallies the people with slogans like believe, obey, fight. We know what fight means. He's been doing that since he started his combat league. But these other ingredients, believe and obey, are really important too. Mussolini demands belief and submission, not just to him, but to his story. The story that he says will, quote, make Italy great, respected, and feared, restoring it to the glory of an imagined past, the Roman Empire.
What you're pointing towards is not actual history. What you're always pointing to is some kind of beautiful plastic moment.
Sarà il secolo della potenza italiana. Sarà il secolo durante il quale l'Italia tornerà per la terza volta ad essere direttrice della civiltà umana.
And Mussolini would be the singular voice for the entire...
Why are you showing black and white footage of Joe Rogan? Oh, fuck. Yeah, holy shit. Joe Rogan is now just Mussolini in color. He's just Mussolini with a podcast. Fuck, you're right.
Entire nation. And as ever, his story glorifies soldiers and the, quote, bloody sacrifice of war, and reimagines the country as a giant military, a uniform bundle of sticks, which many Italians will become willingly. And for those who don't, their dissent will be violently snuffed.
How many times do you think they said, who's gonna make the, I'm sure they weren't calling it fasci in the director's emails.
Doubt. Everyone must get in line. For life is conquest, warfare, at first directed at home against his enemies, socialists, communists, liberal Democrats. But that war must eventually be brought abroad. He starts conquering parts of Africa, imposing his, quote, new civilization on others. Okay, so we have our first answer.
Man, it's crazy that they won't even mention like what was done to Africa other than like a 5-second clip. That's crazy, dude.
What fascism is. It is a movement started by Benito Mussolini in 1919, one that glorifies violence, specifically violence against communism and socialism. It finds democracy itself as weak and contemptible, in need of not just reform, but total destruction and revolution. And it tells a story of a superior nation that has been humiliated and that needs to be restored. A mythologized past, whose decline they blame on their enemies, and whose rebirth they promise under the rule of one charismatic, strong leader. And crucially, they gain support from mainstream elites, rich people, politicians, that allows them to gain control of the country, after which they dismantle the democracy from within, and then demand total submission to the state, which allows them to mobilize huge numbers of people with a ton of propaganda, and then begin a program of conquest and expansion. Today we call that thing fascism. And we call it fascism not because it has some like Latin root in some like philosophy or worldview, but because Benito Mussolini chose the fascio, the bundle of sticks with an axe on it, as his logo when he was making his combat club in 1919 in Milan. If somebody else...
It's yes, that's correct. That's how words are created. You got it.
...else had done this first, we would probably call it something different today.
Yeah,
and in fact,
true.
These ingredients that we just talked about weren't just happening in Italy. They were happening in a lot of places in Europe after World War I, especially in the countries that lost. Which brings us to another angry World War I vet, this one in Germany. Someone who was watching Mussolini very closely, admiring his rise to power, and who will one day take Mussolini's strategy to a whole new level.
I don't think he really took it to a whole new level. He just had it was a more powerful nation that was richer than Italy. Like that's really the only difference is Hitler had a more powerful nation that he took over. It's not the higher level. It's just he did it again. Wait, you're telling me Marxism isn't a name rooted in Latin, but it's just this name of some guy? I mean, fascism, ironically, is a name rooted in Latin, as we talked about with the lictors. Not the lectors, the lictors.
Any further, I need to say thank you to today's sponsor who makes a video like this possible. Thank you, Storyblocks, for sponsoring
light, thoughtful music.
Okay, enter Adolf Hitler to the story. He's about 10 years behind Mussolini on his own path to power. And remember what we talked about earlier. Germany is in a terrible place after World War I. They have been crushed militarily, politically, economically, and way worse than Italy. Germany had been one of the most advanced economies on earth before the war, and now they're in the dumps. And a lot of Germans are wondering, what happened? How do we fix this? And once again, one of the answers was maybe we need a radically new system like communism, like they're doing over in Russia. So lots of Germans are joining communist parties and worker councils. They're striking, they're occupying factories, they're launching armed uprisings. And in some places, they're even trying to overthrow the government. But there were many Germans, especially returning humiliated war veterans, who looked the other way, feeling like they had been betrayed. Many Germans had been hearing this narrative that their civilization and even perhaps their race was superior. It was pure. And that their art and their music and their engineering are more than just a culture, that it actually comes from their bloodline. They've been hearing stories about Germanic people connected to ancient cultures. Stories that are essentially a misreading of real science, notably in the relatively new field of linguistics, where researchers were discovering that many world languages share a common ancestor, a group of languages that some 19th century linguists were calling Aryan, a name that came from the Indo-Iranian people, an old culture, Iran, Aryan. And so here we are in the 19th and 20th century, and some creative Germans start to imagine that actually Aryan isn't just a group of languages. Aryan was an actual race, an original master race from which all great civilizations.
It's strange how Johnny hasn't said the word capitalism once. Wow, it's almost like he can't ever give you a fair evaluation of reality, and he has to make it. This is the liberal conception of fascism, right? Liberal conception of fascism is that it was like an irrational response to feelings of humiliation. There is though, and they might mention that it was, they might mention socialism and communism being opposed by fascists, but they don't explain why, right? They don't talk about like why that happened. Why was Mussolini appointed by the king during the March on Rome? Like, they don't really have the ability, because they were worried about what? Losing their power and prestige.
And they start to imagine that maybe this master race actually started in where Germany is today, North and Central Europe, and that all other cultures actually come from us. We are the origin of all good cultures, the pure starting point.
The idea was that it was actually the Germans who created ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia and ancient Greece and ancient Rome.
And so they start to see all other races as impure and some races as really.
Ironically enough, it's the opposite. White people are the impure race. White people are the race of people that have had the most genetic bottlenecks, that had the most interbreeding with other species similar to Homo sapiens, like Neanderthals. Ironically, white people are, in general, the products of incest and inbreeding with other species. So it's completely the opposite of what they were saying. We are actual barbarian troglodytes and Neanderthals. And the answer, why is that? Well, it's fucking... Who the fuck do you think goes and lives in the shittiest parts of the world where it's frozen for 9 months out of the year? You think the strongest and most intelligent people are like, we love not being able to farm 9 months out of the year. We love the fact that we have to eat rotten fish. No, that stuff is being pushed to the margins.
Impure, as we will see. Now, to be clear, these ideas...
Farming was way later? No, dude. No, dude. No. The pyramids are older than mammoths. Extinction. White people were living with fucking sticks and untanned rawhide while Egyptians were farming the Nile. and they had a fucking entire, schedule, and they could predict the floods and everything. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know your history. Mike, what did the Scandinavians ever do to offend? Is it offensive to describe reality? The fucking Romans looked at Germans and they were eating their own shit. They would go into battle completely naked. The Germans, the Romans had steel, and the Germans would run at them with sharpened sticks naked. Fuck, they were doing human sacrifice until like the 1300s in some parts of Germany. What the fuck are we talking about here?
Have no basis in real evidence or science. They pull from things like linguistics, but then make a lot of really big leaps to create a story of superiority, of racial superiority and purity, and a link to some ancient pure culture, which
they were doing shit like this. In the lands of Northern Europe, untouched by Mediterranean civilization, pagan customs, human sacrifice being part of them, were still in place even in the late Middle Ages. In the 13th and 14th century, the human offering rites usually applied to sacrifice of prisoners of war, especially among Prussians. Pope Honorius III wrote in his bull of 1218, in order to secure success, they sacrificed the captives to their gods, or sparging their swords and pikes with their blood. Germany. There was a whole it's the Northern Crusade. The Northern Crusade was to fight those pagans. Not saying that the Crusades were based or anything. I'm just pointing out that Germans were sacrificing people into the 14th century. Okay, pointing that out, and they were eating them and shit.
Some Germans start to represent with a symbol, an ancient symbol that they adopt from the East. It's one that's appeared across many cultures. It's a hooked cross.
Prussians are Germans. They were just expelled. They were expelled from what Prussia is a German culture. Sorry, folks. It is. But they were expelled after World War II, and Prussia no longer exists.
Which they would call an ancient Aryan rune, an emblem of their mythical
Old
Aryan
Prussians were
past, a symbol.
All nationalities are invented. So when I say German, that is a construct of literally thousands of different tribes and dialects that have all been forced into a bucket since the early 1900s, okay, and early mid 1800s, okay. It is not a real thing that has always existed. It is a construct. It is an amalgam. It is something that was done intentionally for the power of certain individuals
that they believed connected Germany back to a noble ancient race. This was intoxicating stuff for a lot of Germans, especially after the war, when soldiers came home humiliated, looking for answers, looking for an explanation on how their great economy and civilization was now on its knees. And this fantasy of the Aryan race gave them an explanation. It allowed them to believe that they actually didn't lose the war, that instead they had been stabbed in the back. A Dolchstoß, in their words, a betrayal at home. A betrayal by the weak politicians in their democracy who had signed this bad peace deal. A betrayal by the communists who had sabotaged the war effort with their strikes. And the ultimate betrayal, the ultimate group that they could blame, was the impure race that was quietly pulling the strings on all of these groups.
Well, notice that this guy is also is fat, wearing a suit, has a gold chain. He's also symbolizing capital as well. It is anti-Semitism, but the Jewish race is being they are kind of vulgarizing capitalism. They're blaming Jewish control of capital. And by the way, that is why people oftentimes say anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools, because that means instead of a lot of fascists seem like they get it 90%. And then they veer off into blaming scapegoats and minorities, and they embrace ultranationalism and exceptionalism.
Group that they could blame was the impure race that was quietly pulling the strings on all of these groups, engineering the downfall of the invented Aryan race.
You're back.
So this is all happening around the same time that Mussolini is starting his combat club in Milan. Groups similar to Mussolini's are forming in Germany. They're fringe, radical nationalist groups. At first, they have no presence in actual politics, like in the government and the parliament. They're just groups of angry men with an obsession on an imagined nation, a focus on their current humiliation, and an appetite to commit violence. And one of those men was a 30-year-old World War I veteran, Adolf Hitler. At the end of the war, Hitler joins one of these small, obscure nationalist groups. He rises in the ranks of this little group to become the party leader. He implements a militia. They'd soon be named the Brown Shirts, echoing Mussolini's Black Shirts, though their official name was the Sturmabteilung, the Stormtroopers, named after the real German army's elite assault unit in World War I. Hitler also helped his little party rebrand to appeal to more people, especially workers.
In ways that make it seem like they're anti-capitalists. He called himself the National Socialists.
I never understood this until now. The full name of Hitler's party was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which sounds super socialist, eventually nicknamed the Nazis. He named it this intentionally to attract people who were interested in workers' movements, like the communists and the socialist movements that he opposed, but that he knew had wide appeal. Though, to be very clear, these guys were not socialist in any meaningful sense. It was just a branding play. And soon, Hitler is overseeing a new rendition of the hooked cross, this fake Aryan symbol. His version would mimic the colors of the old German Empire, the Second Reich, a nod to the past. This symbol, this flag, this is Hitler's bundle of sticks, his version of restoring.
Hitler really is a bundle of sticks.
Ancient
As
Rome.
were a lot of the Nazi leaders.
But now with this extremist racial superiority component. More and more men start to join his political street gang as they go hunt down his enemies. Hitler has just taken the first step on the fascist path to power.
Okay,
and his
so
brown shirts look a lot.
Is fascism back? They're just doing like a very pop history of Germany and then in Italy. I didn't realize that like we're doing pop history. I mean, it's 31 minutes in, but it's like I thought we were talking about fascism now.
Not like Mussolini's black shirts. Guys with clubs, guns, and even grenades storming into communist and socialist meetings, smashing chairs, lighting stuff on fire, beating attendees. The big difference here is that in Italy, Mussolini's group became the kind of dominant, violent nationalist group. In Germany, there was tons of these groups that would go down, hunt down communists and socialists. But again, with the racial component, they're also focusing on minorities. And at the top of their scapegoat list, Jewish people, who start to just become synonymous with the communists, the traitors who they believe brought about Germany's decline. So you see the parallels here with what's going on in Italy, right? Like in Italy, all of this violence and chaos shows German citizens that the Nazis are actually more powerful than the gridlocked democratic government who can't provide order or stability for this wrecked country. Now remember, Mussolini is further down the path than Hitler. And Hitler is actually reading about Mussolini's fascist squads, seizing towns. And in 1922, when Mussolini marches on Rome and pressures the king to hand Mussolini the government, Hitler reads about this and he wants to do the same. Hitler wants to do a Mussolini. He wants to seize the city of Munich and then march on the capital, Berlin. So he and 600 of his brown shirts
Jules,
surround this beer hall. This is a place where politicians would come and give speeches to like...
Do you think fascism will be easier to defeat this time, given it's a bunch of LARPers? Problem is that I don't really see, I mean, initial resistance is going to be ineffective. Initial resistance is going to be a lot of open-mouthed, surprised liberals. So that's going to be a little bit of a churn, you know. And then we have to figure out how to prevent people from having like a meltdown, having meltdowns, you know, and giving up. So there's definitely a big like defeatist mentality and a lot of open-mouthed liberals that are going to go from like we can vote them out to we have to give up, they're too strong in about 5 seconds. So those people are going to be an issue. Thankfully, Americans are a bit hot-headed, so I don't think that the defeated elite liberals are going to necessarily keep people off the streets, as proven by Minnesota. But it's going to be very, you know, if there is some sort of like event, it's going to be very, 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 it's going to be frustrating Gotta take people some time to spin up.
Huge groups of people. Hitler wants this to be the starting point for his takeover of the country. He enters the hall, pulls out a gun, and shoots the ceiling. And then he yells out that the national revolution has begun. He claims that the government has fallen, which it hadn't. He's trying to rally the huge group in this beer hall to join him. And it totally fails. By the next day, his little coup attempt has collapsed, and he and his men are arrested, and he finds himself in jail, along with a few of his co-conspirators. Though he was in jail, he somehow still had access to newspapers and books and a typewriter. Meanwhile, in Italy, Mussolini is now dismantling the democracy from within, and Hitler is reading about all of this, and he resolves to not give up. He doubles down on his goal to take over the country. So in jail, he spends a lot of time writing, typing up his story. Now, there's a lot of sources that say that he actually just dictated it and didn't write it, and that he wasn't a great writer or whatever. But the most recent scholarship concludes that Hitler was writing. He was writing his ideas on race, what had caused all of Germany's problems in the first place. He types it all up into pages that would eventually become a book. A book that's part autobiography, part racial manifesto, part political blueprint for another attempt at a revolution. Mein Kampf. It's a book full of hate and conspiracy theories, and it's his story, much of it invented, a simple story that he knew would appeal to the psychology of millions of desperate people, looking for someone to blame for their misery. And for that question, of who was to blame for Germany's problem, Hitler's book had a very clear answer. It all came back to communism and the Jews. And really, Hitler concludes, the Jews, which he deems an impure race who are using communism as a weapon to undermine and ultimately destroy the German nation. All problems come back to this.
The unseen enemy is the Jew who organizes the international conspiracy, and then that story is kind of the master narrative.
And according to Hitler, to prevent that from happening again, he says that the nation would have to be purified. This purification would have to be based on blood, a shared race, and the reclaiming of the sacred land that gives it life. Blood and soil. People and race.
Pretty identical to what Zionists sound like nowadays.
And finally, Hitler's book diagnoses where Hitler went wrong. It's basically the only accurate part of the book, where he assesses that in trying to take over the country in that Munich beer hall, his big mistake is that he tried to jump from here to here, using violence, but without gaining that mainstream acceptance from business elites and from the democracy that Mussolini had done. Violence alone.
Business elites, guys. Oh, we're almost there. What's another word for business elite? What's another word for the business elite?
He now sees wouldn't be enough to take power. So his book outlines a strategy for how he'll do it next time. Not a forced takeover, but in his words, a quote, determined cooperation between brute force and political aims wisely chosen. So even though Hitler hates democracy, he now understands that he must use the democracy to rise to power.
Hey, what political
so
aims?
That he can destroy it from within. In other words,
okay, hold on, let's go back. Let's back this up. You know, he's got Mein Kampf out, so let's take a look. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. Come on. Stop loading so shittily. Come on. Hold on. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't. Oh, I'm in the search bar now.
Over. But in his words, a quote, determined cooperation between brute force and political aims wisely chosen. So even though Hitler hates democracy, he now understands that he must use the democracy to rise to power. So that he.
Okay. The man who has not the courage to shoulder responsibility for his actions is not fitted to be a leader. Only a man of heroic mold can have the vocation for such a task. Human progress and human cultures are not founded by the multitude. They are exclusively the work of personal genius and personal efficiency. Because of this principle, our movement must necessarily be anti-parliamentarian, and if it takes part in the parliamentary institution, it is only for the purpose of destroying the institution from within. In other words, We wish to do away with an institution which we must look upon as one of the gravest symptoms of human decline. The movement steadfastly refuses to take up any stand in regard.
In other words, Hitler is going to...
Sorry. Oh my God, I swear to God, I'm going to... It's all right.
He's out of jail in late 1924.
Basically, he was saying he wants to align with capital the entire time. And honestly, I would say that Johnny Harris is covering it up. At this point, like not pointing that out is basically covering it up.
And instead of trying another coup, he spends the next few years rebuilding the Nazi Party as a legal, competitive political machine. Remember, he needs to move from here to here, which means winning votes. He runs his party in the 1928 election. The Germans vote and nope, the Nazis barely get any votes. But he's undeterred. He continues spreading his message of racial superiority and backstabbing by the Jews. He'll try again in 2 years in the next election. And this is when something happens that will help him out. 1929 just hit. Financial markets around the world crash. An economic depression sweeps around the world. And Germany, which was already not doing great, as we talked about, is hit harder than pretty much any other country. Soon, 1 in 3 Germans are out of work.
The fascists in Germany appealed to that suffering, basically whipping up a working class through xenophobia, through racism, saying to that working class, I feel your suffering, I see it, I'm going to relieve it, and you join me in this fascist project.
It was a powerful rallying cry. And indeed, the next year, 1930, there's an election, and more people turn out to vote for the Nazi Party. They're buying into his message. He's getting closer to this step. And if you listen to his campaign speeches during this time, it's pretty nuts. This guy is openly stating his intention of dismantling democracy and the party system if he gets power. Listen to this.
Sich hier um etwas ganz anderes handelt, als um eine gewöhnliche politische parlamentarische Partei. Ich habe mir ein Ziel gestellt, nämlich die 30 Parteien aus Deutschland hinauszufegen.
He's calling for revolution, which people more and more want, but he's mixing in racial superiority and the easy scapegoat of Jews and communists. All of this found a wider audience during the Depression, and look what happens in the next election. The Nazi Party gets more votes than any other party. Not quite a majority that would have given him control over the government, but this is looking like acceptance. Not just by the political machine, but by the people. But wait, back to that graph. Look who else is getting a lot of votes. The communists. And just like in Italy, many of the top elites in business and politics don't like the communists.
The top elites in business and politics. What's the word for that? Johnny, you're not saying the word. I mean, it's bad writing to just say this business elite, business elite, business elite. You don't have any synonyms for that? You don't have any synonyms for that? None at all? None at all?
The communists promised to come for their wealth and their power and take their land. And who's anti-communists? Well, Hitler is nothing if not anti-communist. So Germany's elected leaders do almost exactly what Italy's leaders did in this moment. Even though they're a little bit leery of Hitler, they let him in fully. They let him become the chancellor, the prime minister.
By leery, they mean fully fund and give him millions of dollars. They're leery. The capitalists were leery of Hitler, except for the part where they completely funded him.
Basically, thinking that they could maybe use Hitler to keep the communists down while also keeping some of his crazier revolutionary ideas at bay.
Bullshit.
Even though we're gonna, quote, form a government under the leadership of Hitler, we are going to keep, quote, the utmost restriction on this guy and his party, making sure that he governs, quote, within the framework of the Constitution. He's got some crazy ideas, but we've got him under control. Boy, that sounds familiar. So now it's January 1933, and Hitler is in full-blown mainstream power, and from here, things start to move fast. Less than a month later, somebody sets fire to Germany's parliament building, and the man found at the scene of the crime is a communist.
He uses that to say, we have a state of emergency.
State of emergency. Very powerful tool. Within days, he suspends the Constitution.
And from then on, entire Nazi regime was based on the suspension of all liberal democratic laws and freedoms.
Freedom of expression, freedom of the press, protections from search and seizures, all suspended. Within months, he's abolished all other political parties, something he said he was going to do. It's 1934, and Hitler has just followed Mussolini's strategy and achieved absolute power.
Are we going to skip over the fact that the centrists gave it to him? What?
Die Partei wird für alle Zukunft die politische Führungsauslese des deutschen Volkes sein. Das Ziel aber muss sein, alle anständigen Deutschen werden Nationalsozialisten. Die Partei ist Hitler. Hitler aber ist Deutschland, wie Deutschland Hitler ist. Hitler siegt! Siegt!
And those old myths, those racial fantasies about the Aryan race, become official policy of the state. And just like Mussolini, Hitler begins his war against the people he had been planning for years to purge.
They love their old Nazi propaganda films. They got more of those in there than they do condemnations of capital or liberalism's complicity in Hitler's rise.
From society. Communists, socialists, Roma, disabled people, homeless people, sex workers, queer people, and above all, Jews.
What the Nazis did in their story about the Jews was
Sorry, but it wasn't above all Jews. Jews were the scapegoat. The target above all was the left in general. Jews were targeted as the scapegoat, but politically, the goal of the Soviet of the Nazi Party was to destroy the left for the capitalists, which is what they did. The Jews were the scapegoat that they used as a mass motivator, as the engine of their theory. It was the other. It's weird to talk about like one victim of the Holocaust as above the other victims of the Holocaust. It's odd. It's odd to me. Like the Roma were exterminated with more vim and vigor. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Assigned to the Jews everything that they themselves were doing. We were only responding to things which Jews have already done. We're the victims, and all we're doing is responding. So yeah, maybe we want to control the world, but that's because the Jews already control the world. Maybe we use propaganda, but that's because Jewish propaganda has already totally dominated the world information space.
By 1935, he strips any German Jew of citizenship, strips them of their rights. And then in 1938, he unleashes his armed gangs on them. They destroy hundreds of synagogues, thousands of Jewish shops and businesses smashed and burned, 30,000 Jewish men arrested and sent to camps.
They were also looted, and German capitalists profited. This is like, honest to God, this is written. Was this written by the CIA? Are you like, I wouldn't even call this history at this point. I would call this like weird propaganda.
Beaten, terrorized, their property stolen.
The hand waving over business elites. Also, you didn't talk about how the centrist party voted to give them power. You didn't talk about the conservatives. You're not going to talk about, you say the rise to power and then you don't actually talk about the rise to power at all? You're not going to talk about the Enabling Act? You're not going to talk about how it actually mechanistically occurred? You're not going to talk about how the centrists did the vote Hindenburg, not communist? And then Hindenburg ended up appointing Hitler chancellor within 6 months anyway. You're not going to talk about how centrism failed, liberalism failed.
World War II hasn't started yet. Hitler is just crushing any group he opposes from within. And once complete,
I guess we just skipped
by
over
late 30s, he turns his view outward.
Poland, September 1939. The German foe begins its ruthless march of conquest and sets.
You're not going to talk about appeasement. You're not going to talk about the Anschluss, the remilitarization of the Rhineland, the Sudetenland, the invasion of Prague. You're not going to talk about any of that. You're just going to skip over all of the liberal international capitulations. You're not going to talk about the Spanish Civil War and how the liberals turned away and allowed Spain to fall to a fascist. None of that is going to be talked about. You're going to skip over all of the history that is actually interesting to go to the same fucking slop, Saving Private Ryan slop, World War II slop. You're never going to talk about any of the actual history that's uncovered in the fascist movement internationally. This is what we're going to do. Legitimately pathetic.
The stage for World War II.
This country is at war with Germany.
Hitler and his now ally Mussolini launch wars of conquest that devastate much of Europe. And as a part of those wars, Hitler implements a series of systematic mass murder campaigns, killing about 6 million Jews, millions of Poles, Slavs, Roma, and other civilians that he marks as racially impure.
Honestly, I would grade this to be a D. I don't know. I would give this a D for the content. D minus, maybe even an F. Because the video is fascism back? And then they don't even really discuss how fascism rose. They just kind of skip over everything that actually occurred in favor of the same shit we've always heard before.
Pure or biologically inferior.
I guess they just wanted to put some like B-roll that doesn't have copyright on it anymore. They can watch some of this.
So it's easy to lose yourself in this story, especially at this point in the chronology. But I want to now summarize what we can learn
they had made,
from the rise of these two men, these two regimes.
a good
What it
prop.
tells us about what fascism
A lot of money on
is.
that prop. Cool prop.
Both of these men ended up applying a weirdly similar approach to gaining power. Both of them started with small groups that glorified violence against political enemies. Both of them created narratives that sold a mythologized past and blamed their enemies for the loss of that mythical past. Both of them promised a rebirth of their superior nation under the leadership of a singular, charismatic, powerful man. Both of them eventually got invited into the mainstream of a democratic system by positioning themselves against the forces that scare rich people, communism, socialism, and both vehemently called for the end of democracy in any form, even while they used democracy to gain power. And once in power, both dismantled democracy from within so that no one could challenge them, creating a government and a society and a press run entirely by the glorified leader, which he then used to flood his people with propaganda and fear, getting them to act like a giant army that the leader could mobilize first at home, then abroad in wars of conquest, including an industrial-scale genocide in the case of Hitler. Okay, now this is not the list that defines fascism. There is no the list. But after being really deep in the source code of this history, this is the list that we believe summarizes the defining features of fascism. But now the hard part, the part that's up to interpretation that everyone watching is going to have a slightly different read on. What happens when we apply this list to today? After decades of more and more countries becoming liberal democracies, meaning democracies that prioritize individual rights and try to ensure that everybody gets treated equally by the law, the world has seen a reversal. There is a decline in liberal democracies around the world. That's what this chart is showing.
fresh concerns about the restriction of rights in Hungary.
Israeli lawmakers declaring that only Jews hold the right to self-determination.
Judges say Poland's judicial independence is being violated.
Modi has been heavy-handed with the Indian media and voices of dissent.
Pair that with the uptake of the visibility of communities who openly embrace the fascism of Mussolini and Hitler.
Hundreds of men in Rome making a fascist salute.
Openly praising Adolf Hitler, making celebratory jokes about gas chambers.
Nice, young boy. That's cool.
Young white men.
Taken together, you start to understand the increase in serious people sounding the alarm bell that this is maybe the return of fascism of some form.
Hey, where's Israel, bro? Why aren't you talking about Israel? They're doing all the same shit, except they're actually exterminating a people. You haven't brought up Israel, huh? That's odd. I wonder why. He did? Oh, I missed it. Wait, he did? Wait, he did?
Israeli lawmakers declaring that only Jews hold the right to self-determination.
Judges say Poland's judicial independence is being violated.
Modi has been heavy-handed with the Indian media and voices of dissent.
Pair that with the uptake of the visibility of communities who openly embrace the fascism of Mussolini and Hitler.
Hundreds of men in Rome making a fascist salute.
Openly praising Adolf Hitler, making celebratory jokes about gas chambers.
Young white men.
Honestly based. This is why he's now got a D. It's so little. It's so little. It's so little. It's just a scrap. But you know what?
Taken together, you start to understand the increase in serious people sounding the alarm bell that this is maybe the return of fascism of some form. Using it not just as the generic insult, but actually saying that we're like in some version of the 1930s. They're citing modern events.
Angry anti-Muslim mob tore through the town.
That are concerning to them.
Greenland should be part of the United States.
That they say meet the criteria of fascism. Like the rise of militia groups, vigilantes, government death squads, violent ultra-nationalist groups, strongman leaders who invoke an idealized past, promising to make their nation great once more. Massive displays of loyalty and support for the leaders.
How is a military parade in China a sign of fascism? Come the fuck on, bro.
And of course, blaming the country's problems on some kind of outsider, like radical socialists and communists.
Foreign Christian-hating communists, Marxists, and socialists.
Immigrants.
Yes, I use the word invasion.
Fake fugitives, freeloaders.
Notice how they're all speaking English? All these fascist losers are speaking English.
Criminals,
rapists, illegal migrants.
We're even seeing the first expansionist ground war happening on the European continent since World War II.
A full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
What about Israel annexing parts of Gaza and the West Bank?
Okay, so we have this list, but a lot of this stuff is in the eye of the beholder. Like, you might see this and say, there are definitely regimes and movements that are doing all of these things today. Or I see some elements of this, but no country checks all of the boxes like Hitler and Mussolini did, which either means there's no fascism, or it means that the checklist by itself has a sort of limited usefulness. Can it be fascism unless it checks all the boxes? Or are some of these so dire and scary that you check one or a couple of these and that's fascism? I asked the experts on this, and it turns out they all have slightly different answers, and I think we can learn a lot by understanding each one. First, Federico Finkelstein, who says that what we're seeing today isn't fully fascism, but it's close, but that we're still missing some really key pieces.
There is no fascism without dictatorship. The destruction of democracy is central to what fascist politics. What the fascists did is to use democratic means to destroy democracy from within.
Finkelstein says that in order for it to be fascism, it has to oppose not just communism, but democracy itself. It might play by the rules of a democratic system at first, but ultimately, fascism wants to destroy democracy, destroy votes, and parliaments. And in most of the places that critics use the F word to describe, these nationalist leaders still operate within some kind of democratic system, even if it's just in name.
Ez azt mutatja, hogy a magyar demokrácia köszöni szépen jól van, él, virul.
We will not forget our constitution.
Finkelstein's point is that until these leaders start calling for the end of voting and constitutions, their regimes remain here, not here. And thus, they aren't fascist yet.
Do I even need to say anything? Do I even need to say anything for why this is stupid? Your brain is small and smooth. That's my reaction. Guys, Hitler wasn't fascist until he achieved absolute power in Germany. Way to go, dummy. Way to go, dummy. Under your own definition, Nazis were not fascist until they won. You are stupid. And I think that the fact that that was even really advanced as an argument is a sign of incredible stupidity. Fascism, I only understand it as existing when it has achieved complete political dominance. Okay, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a fascist movement, not the existence of crystallized fascism within a specific country. And Donald Trump has, and all of those politicians have said things about elections that are fascistic. Now they have learned from history. They don't completely quote Hitler word for word in every way, but they do things like, for example, trying to prevent people from voting who are in the out group, as seen in Israel. It's only fascism if it comes from the fascist region of Germany. Otherwise, it's sparkling reactionary politics. Exactly. Dumb as fuck. Next.
I think there is a fascist risk. They are constantly at the verge of turning democracy into dictatorship.
And this is why Finkelstein's book is called Wannabe Fascists, because it describes leaders who have followed...
All fascists are wannabe fascists until they win. What the fuck are you talking about? That means they're a fascist. If they're trying to achieve fascism, that makes them fascists. What the fuck are you talking about?
Some of this path of the interwar fascists that we've talked about, but they haven't gone all the way, even if they maybe want to. Fascism, according to him, takes place only over here, when democracy ends fully.
Fascism wanted to destroy democracy from within in order to create an extremely racist and totalitarian dictatorship.
Meanwhile, Roger Griffin, one of the top experts in the world on fascism, also says that until democracy is totally wiped out, it's not fascism. Where he disagrees with Finkelstein is that he thinks we should move away from this word altogether, that the F word is not actually useful for today's nationalist regimes.
Because we're so obsessed with the rise of fascism, we are not looking at what is the novelty of what's happening. What I believe you're seeing is not the rise of fascism, the return of fascism, but the rise of illiberal democracy. Illiberal democracy.
Griffin argues that democracy and fascism aren't the only two options here, that there's a third bad thing that we can be, where we don't trip the fascism alarm fully because we still have democracies with parliaments and votes, but leaders, instead of destroying democracy from within, they distort them. They get rid of their liberal features. And by the way, quick side note, liberal is a kind of confusing word. Here in the United States, we use liberal to describe a left of center political leaning that supports things like social programs, gun control, and higher taxes for the wealthy. But in this case, I mean liberal in the way that it was used in like the 1800s and is used by political scientists today. Liberal, like liberty.
You mean
like
what the word means outside of the like weird attempt to constrain American politics by making every American sound like an illiterate moron when talking about politics? Yeah, I know. You mean talk about it like the way it's defined?
Governments that ensure individual rights and freedoms, equal protections for everyone, regardless of your group, under the law. You can have a system where there are votes and a parliament and representation, but don't have the liberal features that a liberal democracy has. And Roger Griffin says that this is the thing we should be worried about. That calling it fascism takes our eye off the ball of this new thing, illiberal democracy, where these nationalist leaders are distorting democratic systems to consolidate power, making societies less equal. while still running it like a democracy.
What we have got are new forms of nationalism which are contained within democracy instead of calling for the replacement of democracy.
This was surprising to me. When I started researching this story, I was under the impression that like all the experts agreed that fascism was back in some form, but they don't.
We are not there yet.
That is until you talk to some other experts who say that it is fascism.
The reason we need to use that term is behind it is a concept that helps us understand what is going on right now in the third decade of the 21st century. We need to see that history does not repeat itself in the same conditions in the exact same circumstances.
This camp says that our checklists are a distraction, that we're reading too much into the specifics of the 1930s.
You don't need all of that in order to have fascist control and push forward with a fascist project.
But William Robinson says that if you do want a checklist, the most important item on it is actually this one, where ultra-nationalists become accepted into the mainstream by the elites, like Mussolini and Hitler were. This step, where the people in power decide that these nationalist groups that tolerate violence are useful to them.
That's a form of trying to re-legitimate the system.
This view says that in order for fascism to actually succeed, it needs to bring together a specific alliance, a kind of triangulation. First, a vulnerable receptive population.
This triangulation then brings together the fascist project with a mass social base. But the third dimension is the ruling class. It controls the economy.
Johnny, say it! Say fucking capitalist right fucking now! Say it right fucking now, Johnny! Say it right fucking now!
You see when Trump gets inaugurated for his second term, you see behind him are all of the big tech oligarchs. Right behind him, the capital class.
The oligarchs, the ruling class! Say the fucking word! Say capitalist right fucking now! My face is going beet red.
In the United States have now come on board.
And finally, you have a view that says that the most important items on this list are these. It's the way the leader talks, the way that they talk about the past and the future.
What fascism does is it promises a return to an order. And the order, of course, didn't actually ever historically exist. You're creating this sort of tabula rasa, this smooth surface on which the fascist story of we were always innocent can then function.
For people like Snyder, fascism starts when politics.
Poco fa ho conosciuto dei tizi.
Noi rappresentiamo degli italiani preoccupati per lo stato del paese, per il futuro dell'economia, per le forze produttive, per la sicurezza delle nostre famiglie.
Pusillanimità borghese. Ecco quello che è. Angosciati al solo pensiero di perdere qualche miserabile comodità. Che cosa vogliono da noi?
Sentiamo il bisogno di un argine alla piena rossa.
We need to feel for a dam to stem this red flood. They're in literal fucking top hats!
Un argine che sosteniamo può essere solo nero.
Has to be black.
Vogliono il nostro aiuto.
Esatto.
Quei parassiti.
Esatto.
E andare contro i braccianti che fanno la fame e lottano come possono per migliorare uno stato di vita infame, mentre i proprietari terrieri si ingrassano senza ritegno.
Sì.
Contro gli operai che lavorano 14 ore al giorno per il profitto di industriali che non si degnano neanche di andarli a trovare nelle fabbriche.
Sì, sì.
Contro tutti, contro i deboli, gli oppressi, gli sfruttati, contro tutto quello per cui abbiamo consacrato la nostra vita, la nostra lotta, Cesarino.
Infatti.
Spudorati, cazzo. Perché mai dovremmo metterci dalla parte dei vampiri?
A big stack of cash.
Stops being about the future and starts to become about a mythic story of a glorious past, a humiliated nation, and a leader who promises rebirth.
If we could just somehow get the enemy off our screen, off our phone, out of our country, then there would be this harmony that would come back. There'll be love, there'll be prosperity, there'll be happiness, there won't be conflict anymore because conflict was always brought by the outsider.
And listen, every one of these experts has a different read.
I don't see any major movement in the West that is trying to replace democracy with a totally different system.
You can't say that because Hitler came to power in
Donald Trump is literally trying to interfere with the fucking elections and preparing a executive order saying that the Chinese interfere with the elections, and he did January 6th. These guys, like, some of these guys, like, I don't know how to put it, but they're dumber than dirt, and they really don't, you know, they can read a million books from far more intelligent men, but they cannot synthesize it into something coherent and relevant to what's going on today.
In Germany, and then almost immediately suspended any and all democracy and just became a dictatorship overnight, that therefore any fascist project has to follow that same model. There's not one road to fascism.
When you use the list mechanism, you're missing a kind of the historical sensibility you need to actually recognize that thing for what it is. And that is because what we want to do is, like, we look for the rational core. In my view, that has not proven to be predictive. More predictive would be to look for the fight, the struggle, the enemy, and to dwell on that.
And you're seeing why the experts disagree here. They disagree on how much we should read into the 1930s, how much the word fascism actually matters.
Obviously, 21st century fascism is not going to look like 20th century fascism, but it's going to have that underlying essence in common with the 20th century variant.
There are important fascist elements here, and it will be problematic to deny that there are connections to fascism.
But if we get too obsessed with fascism, it takes attention away from actually looking carefully at what is happening to democracy. Illiberal democracy, whatever we call it, is in many ways more dangerous than fascism.
Illiberal democracy, I think, is inaccurate, but because it's inaccurate, it's sort of pacifying. If you think that it is just like illiberal democracy, then you can say, oh, we'll have another election and maybe the liberals will win next time, right?
The question of what is a fascist cannot be answered in simple terms.
I entered this video really wanting clarity on, is today fascism or not? Instead, what I have after this long journey are a series of patterns.
I think some of those professors finally came with some good takes at the end, but Jesus Christ, the people going like, oh, it's not fascism until they have absolute power is
glorified violence.
Embarrassing.
Elites who think violent groups can solve their problems. The destruction of a democracy. A myth. A lie. A fake history. A fake promised future. So I guess I now know what fascism isn't. It's not any politics that I don't like. Instead, it's a kind of method, a kind of view on power. Fascism instantly conjures the worst of human cruelty, how far we can fall under the right circumstances. In that way, it's a value.
No image of Gaza? Too scared? Too much of a pussy to post an image of Gaza?
Valuable reminder, a warning. But that same weight also makes it hard and difficult to actually be useful.
Okay, we're not watching any of these we're not watching this old B-roll. All right, chat, I'm gonna call it there. But before we go, I want to show you the power of sewer socialism and Zohran Mamdani's shovel program in a time lapse. You can see as the blizzard is happening, it's being cleared. Snow keeps falling. They're still clearing. They're fighting against the tide. And as the snow clears, boom. Almost China level good. All right, everybody, stay safe. Today is Friday, so we are watching movie night. And in my Discord, which we do at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, we get together. I think we're finishing. Are we finishing Fallout this week? Or did we do that last week? I forget. We got the last episode 6 through 8 of Fallout in the Discord. So I'll see you guys all later tonight. I gotta get going. Stay safe. Solidarity forever, my friends. That's how socialism wins. And of course, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you tonight. Socialism is winning, and so are you. All right, brothers, sisters, MBs. Say hi to Vio for me. Peace out.